Siemka czat, witam was wszystkich. Od razu odpowiadam na pierwsze pytanie. W Lemon Virtual będą takie samochody jak są tutaj. A czy w przyszłym roku coś dodadzą, to nie wiem. No dobra, trzecią rundę jedziemy. Lemon Virtual Series na SPA. Dzisiaj 6-godzinny wyścig w stałym składzie ja, Nikodem i Michael Romanidis. Czacie napisał tutaj. 6-godzinny wyścig, tak jak mówiłem, stinty po 40 minut, jesteśmy na P5 w generalce teraz, do P1 i P2 troszkę tracimy przez te problemy techniczne w Bahrainie, no ale ostatnio P2 na Monzy mieliśmy, także może nie będzie tak źle. Tutaj z P8 startujemy, dajcie znać czy głośność jest ok, wszystko, ja nie jestem za cicho, za głośno, silnik samochodu, teraz jak wyjadę z alei. Jak widzicie, ale jest bardzo długa, więc bardzo ważne będzie, żeby oszczędzić pit stop. Także trochę paliwa będziemy oszczędzać tutaj w wyścigu. Chyba tyle z informacji na dziś. Czak do mnie pisze i się pyta, czy tor będzie suchy czy mokry? Dobrze gościł. Niezłe pytanie. Jest 10% szans na deszcz na początku wyścigu. To o tym nie powiedziałem jeszcze. Także 90% szans, że nie będzie padało, no więc w tą stronę trzeba patrzeć, no ale zobaczymy. Do wczoraj były deszczowe kwalifikacje. Więc wszyscy są wjeżdżeni w deszcz. Ja nie jechałem w kwalifikacji, no ale też wiadomo, że w deszczu pojeździłem. Limity toru są dosyć ostre tutaj, tylko w zależności od zakrętu. Niestety tak zmieniali limity, że czasem do białej linii trzeba jechać, tak jak tu na wyjściu z no-name'u na przykład. Tak, to jest max, co można pojechać. Może tam o szerokości opony można pojechać za białą linię, no i to tyle. Łonie też tak o szerokości opony można, no ale to nie jest szybciej po tej tarce tam jechać. O! 90% baitu, 10% prawdy. Z tym deszczem na start. Dobra, za 5 minut start. No, za 5 minut początek procedury startowej. Zawsze mi się zdziewać chce przed tym startem, ja nie wiem. Jak mi się nie podoba, bo bardzo dobre czasy ludzie robili, jak na to, jak słaba przyczepność toru była w treningu. Ja mam za to bardzo dobre zużycie opon, także no ja powinienem być mocniejszy na zużytych oponach. Że jakby mi nie odjechali na początku. Panie Dominik. No, nie ma interów. Te łety są takie, że jak zacznie trochę kropić i spray się pojawi za samochodami, no to one na pierwszym kółku będą lepsze, ale potem się przegrzewają. Więc wizualnie gra trochę nieprawdziwie to oddaje, bo można w sprayu jechać na slickach i być bardzo podobne tempo, co na łetach, na przestrzeni stintu. Na początku trochę się straci, a potem się zyska. Więc jak zacznie lekki deszczyk padać, to raczej postaramy się nie zjechać do alei. No to wszyscy takie czasy zrobili, o, ciekawe bardzo. Czym się coś zbugowało w tym treningu, czy o co chodzi? Okej, ale widzę, że Orleja nie ma z jakiegoś powodu nieznanego.
1 minute until we advance into race. 1 minute.
User entered your channel.
No dokładnie, tak jak Szwaja napisał właśnie, tak to działa, tak na Monzy to działało właśnie. Teraz mi się bardziej już podobają. Nie jest zbyt nagumowany, ale się szybciutko nagumuje na pierwszym stincie. Teraz jeszcze w warmupie nawet. Eta zerknę. No, też tak właśnie myślimy, Szwaja, że koło 2.16 zgadzało wszystko. 2.11 w kwalifikacjach, 2.12, no nie, 2.11 w kwalifikacjach były czasy. To były takie warunki właśnie pomiędzy. Tak, i dobra, wszystko. Teraz startujemy. No to wiadomo, że w kwalu się idzie pełnym piecem.
Jaka temperatura?
Jest pół sekund trzeba odjąć. No, warm-up jest 32 stopnie.
Okej.
Włączają. Okay. 33 stopnie.
33?
43.
43?
Tak.
Aha.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depends on where you are in the world. We are starting the countdown procedures. Just a few quick notes. Do not forget this start is with all cars placed in ear of corn. So when the first car moves, then the second car is allowed to move. So you always have to wait for the car on your right to move before you can move and head up to the left-hand side of the track. Again, the GT pole position sitter should give a 5-7 seconds gap to the last LMP in front of him, so that we have time for 2 clear starts, although the clock starts when the race starts itself. From our side in race control, wish you all the best for the 6 hours of Spa, and we are here for anything which you may need.
Nie no, raczej nie no. Zoom i tyle, tak?
Okay.
O, seta masz wczytanego, medy.
Tak.
Myślałem tylko o chłodzeniach z tyłu hamulców.
Nie no, czemu? Są okej.
Wydają się okej, nie?
Już na minutę przed startem nie klikam nic.
A, słusznie.
41 już tor zaczął spadać. Może się chmury nie wczytały na początku, zobaczymy.
Może.
Na
No
sucho
ale to nie będziesz
2,
wiedział,
0,
nie?
0.
Ile jest. Musiałbym ja wejść na przykład.
Ja widzę temperaturę toru
Na ty?
na daszu, no.
Aha.
2.00. Można zacząć od 1.59 na nagumowanym torze, ale to już takie kółko, że opony trochę zjada. Potem do wysokiego 2.0 się spada w trakcie stintu i potem znowu na niskie 2.0 można zejść.
Pizzę ustaw, nie? Na formującym. Okno może se uchyl.
Tylko zimno właśnie jest strasznie.
Start of the formation lap. Start of the formation lap.
O, jedzie Max Verstappen dzisiaj, to też o tym nie powiedziałem jeszcze. I Roman Grosjean.
Everyone is in the formation lap. Just a gentle reminder, please keep your headlights turned on during the whole race. As we did yesterday, it worked perfectly and it works very well on the graphics. So please, everyone with the headlights on. As a request to all the cars, we want everyone already in grid positions exiting T14, please. 2 lines of cars side by side exiting T14.
Dobra, Powo, wiesz co robić, na spokoju, mamy 6 godzin
Tak jest.
i walimy ich. Opony ci powiedzieć, kto jakie ma?
A, widzę. No chyba tam na softach Alpina jedzie przed nami, tak podejrzewam, po treningu tak jeździli.
To tylko on chyba przed tobą.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is the point after which everyone must be already side by side. All cars to grid formation now. All cars in grid formation
Znaczy
now.
nieparzyste są po prawej. Okay.
Faktycznie.
All cars to grid formation now. The grid should be compact and everyone in their correct position. Leaders, keep the speed steady until the race starts, please.
To jadą.
LMP race has started. LMP race has started. GT cars go. GT cars go.
Aj, szkoda.
Fajnie, jakbyś tego tunelu nie stracił, nie?
No wiem. Beneka, stop and go. Proszę, stop and go.
You got the stop and go, sorry?
No, other teams did.
Ah, yeah, okay.
Yeah, they're trying to play black flags.
Oh, removed, okay.
Yeah.
Kuba, which consumption are you doing?
You can see it on my stream. 389 last up.
Yeah, copy, have it.
fuel consumption do I need to be getting for 19 laps?
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you. $385.
I don't think Airheim's gonna get me if I need to save that much.
Yeah, well, you can do up to 394 and still do 19 laps. But still.
Well, including the formation lap?
Yeah, in this one, maybe not. No.
Nie słuchaj, a nie tam chłopie Andrzeja. 3,85.
Muszę przyspieszyć, no.
Polecam wewnętrzną, no już.
But just to confirm, Niko was right, it's 385. Including your formation lap.
Okay. to risk anything with him?
Yeah, good. He's not saving.
Is Peter saving? Maybe you could ask them.
Yeah, oh. Just doing that.
.87.
Okay.
Koło 2-3 dychy tracisz do wszystkich, tylko Rogers zapierdala bardzo.
O, widzę właśnie chujowo coś jada.
No, ale oni nie oszczędzają raczej.
Hello? What car? Okay, it's not that slow.
Adam Maguire.
P88 target.
Copy.
Battery saving.
389 target.
That's without any margin, right? You had 0 liters in the pit.
Yeah, that would be 389.6. Yeah.
No, teraz pięknie.
Ale źle.
Rogers in the pit lane.
Nice. We're getting loads to the leaders. Mr.
Yeah.
Traffic.
Yeah, you gain like 4 seconds.
Come on, everyone, pit. Ah, no.
Oh, yes, obviously we pit at the end of this lap, only fuel, no tires.
Copy.
Request pit. O pit poproś.
Opcja. To się kurde zapominam.
Pamiętaj, że 60, nie? W picie, a nie 80.
Did you just disconnect?
I think so, yeah.
The lap was a 2:12.13.
Drive through for Yayovsky.
Oh. For what?
No, it's 86, it's something wrong with the...
What do you mean?
Okay, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean that the drive-through is for 86 car, not for 8, I think.
Yeah, it says 8. But
Yeah, they
I
made
made
a
a mistake.
I think you can't go that deep to the your pit box, because if there is car in front, then you would have trouble.
Well, there was LMP2 in front of me, the AMG car, but yeah, GT.
Ah, yeah, you are right. I'm sorry.
I gained the position to Alpine. They changed tires, went to
Yeah,
softs.
they were on soft as well.
Yeah.
No, Damian dobrze mówi.
That Alpine 13 seconds behind you, and some cars to overtake. Nie bój się tak tych limitów, na drugim stincie rzadko kiedy się dostaje.
Dlatego wyjechałem szeroko.
No tak mówię ogólnie, nie?
Kuba, do you want to go for 20 laps in this one, or you're gonna do 19 also?
No, 20 laps at the end if we have to.
Yeah, so 19 meanwhile, okay.
Yep.
Brawo.
What's my target on fuel?
399.
Yeah, check it. 4.0 target.
Mark, are you ready?
Yeah, yeah.
Jaka temperatura jest?
42.
.02 target.
Peak. I'm too careful with them. RAG drive-thru.
Yeah.
Czego Stinta nie,
Tak,
nie opłaca się jechać.
Now it will be very important to keep that Alpine behind us.
What's my target?
Was 402 previous lap, this one is
403.
yeah, confirmed.
Oh, petrol disconnected. Fuck.
Fuck. I'm gonna tell him what to do, okay?
Yeah. We were 25 seconds behind the leaders.
User left your channel.
Target 405.
Okay. Can burn some more, I guess. I don't think it's a good idea to fight with this Alpine too hard. They're not, like, they're gonna do something stupid later on in the race. And I'm only gonna lose time to the leaders.
Yeah.
Target still 405.
The worst fucking traffic.
Yeah, I was unlucky. I'll drive through really put RG out of contention.
Hopefully.
40 seconds behind you.
User joined your channel.
I'm back.
Information to everyone, car 5 is quite slow on track. He's currently at T8. He's having drivability problems with the car. Car 5 very slow on track, exiting T8.
Maybe join Michael in case it's coding.
Yeah.
Car 5, thank you for staying off the line, please.
Are you on Zoom?
Yep. I've just loaded in.
Okay. One more laps.
Yep. I should stream on Discord, right?
Yeah.
Or 7 target.
Car 5 is now in the pits. Thank you to the driver for staying off the track.
interesting. Hitman, you okay?
Tires.
Yeah, we do tires this one.
Yeah. Got it.
We have only one GTE car, so you can push now. Now you have a clear track.
Stuff.
Yep.
Sure.
Yeah, requested pit. Okay. Remember, Michael, not to cross the pit exit line.
Yep.
Be careful of that. Be careful of that bump.
Sorry, I don't know how we're so close to the leaders with my driving, but hopefully you can catch them now, Michael.
You
It
did
was
really well.
good. Yeah, it was good.
No, not really. Nice. Yeah, I mean, they could make up a stop, right? Very fast.
Yeah. The best strategy, I think, for now.
Long race still.
Yeah, maybe they get burned by code 80. Let's see. Ah, fuck. That strip is more slippery than concrete.
Yeah.
Yeah, but now looking at the spaces between the boxes, I think it's not an issue. Like, just a slight angle is enough. Even if the GT is in front of us.
Okay, good luck, Michael.
Thank you.
Pull away, remember to shift into first. Good luck.
Log building finished.
How we lost position to them?
Woohoo.
Oh, Pescarolo.
Maybe they didn't change tires? You're back going for an interview.
$397 target.
On the FIA Motorsport Games recently. Makes their way out of La Source. James Baldwin, who is long raced in the series, makes his way now down towards Eau Rouge and up through Radion. Is he going to get on the attack here of Team Redline down the Camel Straight? I think he might do here. He had a really good run there. On board we now go with James Baldwin, trying to find a gap. That was almost a bit of a late dive there. I think Team Redline just covering it off in time there on AMG Petronas. It looked like they were going to go flying past, but Team Redline slamming the door shut in their face. And for now, Baldwin is going to have to stay in 7th place.
Did just get a message from Jürgen to say what's actually happened on strategy, and he's like, no, we're single stops all the way. And I was like, so what's happening? He's like, that's just pace, mate.
Wow,
the confidence. My goodness me. Well, it does make sense because they've spent an extra 21 seconds. But again, the pace is really, really strong. They're really, really fast. So, you know, power to them. They're again, this is the thing, is that they're just sticking to what's different. And I agree with that. I think it's the right thing to do. And now they're back to 4th, which was where they were.
So what happened last time then? That's the thing.
How did they jump so many people?
No, how did they go so far back? Oh, because no one else.
Because no one else. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so
and this time, so this is how it works out. Everyone changed tyres this time, so this time they don't drop down the order.
Correct.
So now this is when they have to make up all the time.
No,
They have to make up a lot of positions in time.
It's almost like, it sounds a bit odd, but it's the next stint where they have to make up all the positions in the time. That's the important one. This one they have to make up like one position, which hopefully there's a car ahead, and then try and make up a little bit of time. But it's the next stint where everyone's on the older tyres where they're struggling. Right. That's the bit where it's critical to absolutely nail it. That's when, you know, hammer time would come in. Whilst we look at the battle for third, Pro Drive Fire versus SF Velas. Now, I've been told to not tell you that the Ferrari is very fast in a straight line, but the Ferrari's quite fast in a straight line. That car ahead, they might be a little bit quicker at the end of the straight, but still, this Ferrari's pretty handy when it comes to it. But I will say it's certainly not the fastest car around here.
I tell you what, it didn't go well in qualifying yesterday. SF
no, because it's not very good in the wet.
They pulled a lap out right at the end, but they're doing well in this race, aren't they? I mean, considering, you know, they started. Let's see, they started on the 4th row, P8 in class, and SF Velas up to 4th place.
Again, it's the consistency. They had obviously a couple of issues back in Monza, which was a shame because they had good pace. As you expect on straights, they had good pace to kind of get after a decent result. Ferrari did end up winning in the R8G, obviously the AAA taking that victory. So SF might be sat there thinking, oh, we lost crucial points there. Yeah. But still, at this circuit, which I will say, coming into this track, knowing like the BOP between each of the cars and roughly where they should be good, where they shouldn't be, this was always going to be very much a BMW focused track. This is kind of like if you're in a BMW, this is yours to lose. Yeah. So for the Ferraris and all that, it's kind of like for them, it's kind of like get what you can get, try and get a podium. The fact that they can come into this and try and get a podium, great effort.
Exactly. That's how a calendar works, isn't it? You know, some tracks aren't going to suit you, some tracks are. You've got to take advantage of it. You know, don't bin the car off when it suits, you know, on the track where it suits your car. I mean, don't do that at all, but, you know, make sure you get on the top step when it suits your car, and on the others, just get as many points as you can, basically. Damage limitation. Out of the final chicane we come. On board with AMG Patronus, James Baldwin. We're looking at that Team Redline car just ahead. It's building up nicely, this race. Here we can see a nice queue of cars in this battle. In fact, we've got some lapped cars ahead, but not far up the road. Van Wilburst, Alpine as well. We won't see them steaming off because everyone's on new tyres this time around.
And there's a couple of things in this. So Max Beneke's actually stayed behind the wheel of the car. Quite a lot of teams have switched.
Yes,
of course, Lartiu also staying behind the wheel. There is one driver, though, that one position behind from this that I do want to speak about the Pescarolo cars, because there is a driver that you, Chris, might recognise. Anyone who's joined us from the Le Mans Virtual Cup, we've said time and time again, the Le Mans Virtual Cup is the way into the Le Mans Virtual Series, whether it's through a driver, as we'll see a switch. That's obviously Williams Esports there, a couple laps down, of course, dropping back behind this. But Martin Maguli, who's behind the wheel of the Pescarolo car, of course, we've seen in the Le Mans Virtual Cup. Now, they were posting this on Twitter and Instagram today. The Pescarolo lineup for this, the average age between the three of them is 17.
Wow.
Yeah. That is ridiculous.
Merguli, isn't it? Yeah.
Shout out to Merguli, by the way, to have come through the Le Mans Virtual Cup, like we've said time and time again with a few other drivers, and it's now racing in the Le Mans Virtual Series. Good effort.
There's some drivers who did very well yesterday. You know, let's say some who made us synchronise shouting wow.
Wow, true.
You know, some who got on the podium having never driven in the wet before. You know, some who could easily got on this grid. And we'll have teams looking at them. So, yeah, some fantastic performances within that top 10 of the Cup race yesterday. And no doubt will want to get themselves on this grid going forwards. Here we see Baldwin now under attack.
It's lap down. Of course, that's the Williams Esports car.
That's the Williams Esports.
That's had the damage. Peter
someone knows what they're talking about.
Sometimes, not often. The car behind that is also a lap down. That is actually, I think, on the same lap now as Peter Berjak. So Berjak does have to worry about Nikib Aslan and a battle for somewhere which, obviously, you know, no major points or anything, but still, will probably still keep his eye on that battle. It might be something interesting in the background, which is always awkward when you're fighting for your own little battle, whilst all the leaders are around you, whilst you're trying to navigate all the GTEs. It's an absolute nightmare.
Yeah, it really was. Jesper Pedersen has jumped in for Floyd Van Wilburst. Here we see Baldwin just dragging that Williams car along with him behind. Just ducking out of the the toe there. So Redline have just started to edge away here from the AMG Team Petronas car. Van Wilburst running in 5th, Alpine 4th place. They're 1.7 seconds back from Team Redline and closing in, actually. So we'll keep an eye on them. We have had some driver swaps in this race, and one of them comes a little bit further down the field. Here we can see the number 8 as well. This is the R8G car we're picking up in a good little battle here. This is Yuri Toman fighting away with ARC Bratislava. So R8G are going to go through.
They're not.
That's going to be a move in 17th place. No, not. They had trouble earlier in the race, and now it's a recovery job for them, isn't it? So.
But it's neither of their cars. Yuri Toman obviously here in 17th. 16th place, we do have a name, again, that everyone at home
It was a drive-through, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So they were running in 6th place at the time when that happened, so it was a real shame for them.
But yeah, we've seen a couple of issues for the R8G camp in the LMP category a few times this season. So yeah, Yuri Toman's behind the wheel. The car directly ahead of this, of course, their teammate in the A team was effectively supposed to be the second of the R8G cars, which is now ahead of them, is driven by Romain Grosjean. So he's already jumped in to do his first laps within the Le Mans Virtual Series Season 2. So good effort from him. Lap times looking pretty decent comparative to the teammate, but obviously struggling to get up to speed a little bit with the car, as you'd expect. A touch, it really is, again, with I was told to say this, obviously with it being Romain Grosjean versus, you know, Max Verstappen obviously jumping into this round, it's the Lion versus the Phoenix. Although I'd say with the positions that R8G are in right now, it's not really much of a competition. Sorry.
Brutal. Yeah, they have just been passed by Arnage, and Arnage have got a gap of 3 seconds. And here's our first look at Romain Grosjean. There you can see him to the right-hand side of screen. Romain Grosjean racing in the Le Mans Virtual Series. Ex-Formula 1 driver.
Nice
gone
IndyCar
over to the States now to race in the IndyCar Series. Fantastic to see him going stateside. Really enjoys himself over there now. Fans absolutely love him as well. He's already had a bit of success as well, picking up a couple of trophies. And Romain Grosjean, really good to see him racing in the Le Mans Virtual Series with his squad, the R8G squad. So yeah, I mean, tell us a little bit more about the R8G for those viewers, you know, maybe new to Le Mans Virtual Series. R8G, of course, Romain Grosjean, heavily involved, heavily behind the squad.
It's not just a team that's representing his name and his brand. Like, he is a big part of this team. He does go behind the scenes to kind of assist the team, as we see that, you know, even with Max Verstappen and Redline and a few other drivers when they're behind a team. You know, of course, David Brabham more recently with the Brabham Esports team is obviously very behind all of that. Plenty of the real world Porsche drivers do back, properly assist things behind the scenes to push things forward. And Romain Grosjean is one of those with his own squad. He has been deeply invested in sim racing for the last couple of years now, really, and he loves it. Like I say, he's always in touch with his team at least every week. He's on with his team. He's pushing new initiatives. He's helping the team work their way forward and find new competitions to go racing in, and representing the brand in a positive way, not just being like, I just win the competition at any means. No, it's supposed to, you know, again, it's his name on the line at the end of the day. So it's, you know, he's got to kind of worry about it. And he does take quite a lot of pride in the team's results, and certainly was after, of course, the race victory last time out in the Triple Eight back in Monza.
Yeah, doing a really good job. That was their second victory after the one in the Nordschleife last year.
2 different cars as well.
Yeah. Did a really good job. The switch this year has worked very well for them, actually, onto that Ferrari, and it was a historic win, and what a place to do it at as well. Waited for the right time, no doubt about that. Now, Proton are holding a really good gap out front, it has to be said. They've actually extended their lead.
They're doing incredible.
So this strategy, you said it's going pretty well so far. And let's have Redline worried in any way?
Potentially. I did just receive, so the issue is about when they're pitting, which could be a little bit too early. I might say a little bit too early. I mean, it's definitely too early. Now, knowing how long the pit lane is around here, that's the problem. The 71 this is where they're in a good spot, is that the 71 is pitting on the hour. So they pitted as we ticked over from 5 to 4, and so they'll be pitting again, presumably, at the end of the second hour as well, as we go straight over into 3 to go. Oh yeah, 4 and a bit, less than 4 to go. The thing is with the 77 is they are definitely, almost certainly, unless they are so magic on fuel saving, they are definitely going for another pit stop, which, that's it, no way. No way can you win. Not a 6-hour race around here, you can't really win it whilst having to make an extra pit stop. The pit lane is too long. When we're talking of like a drive-through around here, you were saying before, being 61 seconds, it means you lose, as I've been told, you lose 41 seconds based on the compared to the 43 seconds based on obviously when you remove the time it takes on track. So you lose that amount of time to do a drive-through.
Confusing.
So confusing. Thanks, Dennis Jordan. Love you, bud.
I wish people could see the process.
We were so confused.
Of what we go through pre-race. We'll have to share it at some point.
I did make Chris scribble out in his notebook about 4 times because I was like, no,
Look
it's
at
this.
that piece of paper.
No, I know, it's
Look
bad.
at that.
It's bad. I'm so sorry.
How's Martin supposed to understand that? Look, I can barely understand that myself.
No, you're the translator, so when Martin asks the question, you've got the paper there that you can read through. It could be 1 minute 54, it could be 91, I don't really know.
It could be 61, it could be 43, it could be 50, it could be 90.
Here's RHG switching over. Roman Grosjean dropping back a position behind Yuri Toman. Obviously, this shouldn't be too much of a hard spot, but he wants a bit of broadcast time, surely.
Right, there we go. Swapping positions. Yuri Toman, as you said, in the number 8 recovery process for them in this race. Getting themselves further up the order, going past Roman Grosjean in that 18 car. Now remember, they have to do a minimum of 60 minutes, so that's how long we will see Roman Grosjean for in this race. A minimum of that time.
I was going to say, do you think he's just literally going to do 60 minutes and they're going to boot him out?
Possibly.
But you're too slow, boss. Out you get.
But possibly, and that's how long we'll see Max Verstappen for when he comes along as well, for a minimum of 60.
Yeah.
3 drivers per car, and they all have to do that amount of time each at least. Through. Go on.
I was going to say, speaking of the very quickly, Max Verstappen, and speaking of that car, Max Benecke, who's been behind the wheel, who's one of the fastest drivers on the planet elsewhere in sim racing, like iRacing and whatnot, kind of struggled a little bit with R Factor 2. And I will say, for the first hour of this race, I was sat upstairs watching, being like, what are they doing having Max at the start of this race? He's struggling. Just on a personal best, is looking pretty fast right now, and has just closed up, as you can see on screen, onto the rear end of Jesper Pedersen. So Benecke's finding his feet, finding his form, and is on the attack.
I've never heard of what the other thing you just mentioned there was.
What did I say?
Check. Oh, I don't know.
It's in through one ear and out the other, I swear.
I don't know what the other platform you mentioned was.
Oh, I see that side of things.
Never heard of it before.
Oh, I see.
Never heard of it. Don't know what it is, mate.
Have you done any sim racing, by the way? Obviously, I'm not like trying to throw you under the bus on that one. I know what game you're trying to play, McCarthy. Don't worry.
No, I'm joking.
You're just trying to win bonus points for all the big wigs around. They're upstairs, watching on. No, have you actually done any sim racing?
Huh?
Have you actually done any sim racing? He's really found himself hilarious here, ladies and gents.
I've done real racing, mate.
Oh, I see. You're one of them.
I've tested.
Would you get pro driver then?
I've tested a single seater, yeah.
Yeah, I know you have. You've brought that up already. That's twice this weekend.
I now raced cars for a few years. I raced against the likes of Jack Aiken.
You've not raced against Lewis Blade, though. That's the thing.
No.
You're lucky to have done so, because it's very good.
No, to be honest, I have done a couple of sim events with a couple of the guys here as well. So, but yeah, as they'll tell you, I'm not very good.
No, I'm a shadow of my former self, I've been told, when it comes to the simulator action.
I don't have a setup or anything. No.
Well, I mean, I'm wisely informed there's a chance for you to win a Thrustmaster T128.
What a throw! What a throw!
Oh dear. Well, there's a series of codes hidden on the Le Mans Virtual Attraction social media channels.
I'm just going to take my extra paycheck while you do that.
The more chances. We can't laugh about this whilst we're doing it. We just saw Beneke there losing a position. The more chances, the more you find, the more chances you have of winning a fantastic next generation Thrustmaster T128. Head to the pinned post on the Le Mans Virtual Twitter to find out how you can enter the codes. You might even find one in the YouTube and Twitch chats during using the exclamation mark Thrustmaster. That's for your chance to win a Thrustmaster T128. Nice little opening wheel to get you into the world of sim racing and get you maybe even towards the grid of the Le Mans Virtual Series. Chris McCarthy will be on board with that momentarily after the race.
I've got one hand on that wheel. I'm going to go and find out where it is. I'm going to take it back. There you go. And I will be on this grid next time. Looks pretty good to me. Looks pretty good to me. So make sure you get involved with that. As Lewis said, we'll keep reminding you of the details throughout the broadcast. So we're getting closer now to the next round of pit stops in LMP. Likewise in GTE as well. So just trying to work out here how many laps away we are from the next set of pit stops. There comes someone. Is that Axel into the pits? Yes. Now,
which that tells me is, but in LMP we're about 2 laps away because they're normally the first ones that's.
No, but they had a disconnect earlier, and they've been in the barriers as well. So they pitted on lap 36. So
it'd be plus. Realistically, it'd be plus 18 from that point on.
Yeah. So we're about 4 laps away.
Anyone got that 18 times table at hand?
Yeah, I know. I think we're about. We need a whiteboard next to us or something. We're about 4 laps.
It's 50.
We're about 4 laps away, I think.
It's 54. Is the lap we're looking at, so 6 or 5.
48 plus 4 is not 54.
I always say never trust a commentator's maths, and this is why.
Let's go down the middle and say we're about 5 laps away. There we go.
Yeah, this is why you never pull out the actual, like the full number. You just go.
No, the reason I'm saying this is because I'm saying, are we going to see literally all these guys piling in at the same time?
No. I think we've seen a little bit of differentiation on the.
Because we're 5 laps away, so we're about 10 minutes away from seeing LMPs in.
Roughly, yeah. But this is the thing: is that like if we're about 10 laps away, 10 minutes away, so there is always a point like on some tracks, more traditional circuits, we'll actually see
this could get really busy. No,
we'll see this on normal circuits when we have roughly the LMPs are coming in 40 minutes in the hour, the GTEs are on the hour. At which point there is always that bit on the 2nd hour, on the 4th hour, when the pit lane is incredibly busy because everyone's in the pit lane. In this, it's less so because the LMPs are just slightly under the 40-minute mark, which means they will tend to come in around 5 to 10 minutes before the swarm of GTs. There will be a few GTs when they come in, but it won't be like as busy as we kind of expect. So there is that to play with. This is the battle between Pescarolo and the 444 next to Van Wall car that is battling over 8th position. Merguli behind the wheel with Michi Hoyer directly behind him.
A great story, as you mentioned there, with Merguli jumping into this Pescarolo car. Average age of 17, though. Wow,
incredible.
It's absolutely fantastic, isn't it?
Makes me feel old.
Yeah, sure. Definitely, mate. But really young squad there. Big futures ahead of them in esports, but for now we're going to focus on this battle. There you can see Michi Hoyer, someone who's had already a very good career in the sport, and goes round the outside there to make that position through into 8th place. Van Wolfspel make a position, and he has just set a purple first sector because of the massive toe he got down the Kemmel straight there. So no surprise to see him lighting up the timing screens through the first sector. Michi Hoyer on a charge, but it's going to be a good few seconds before he comes across anyone else now. Max Benecke is the next car up the road from him, but good driving there from Michi Hoyer, and good respectful driving as well from Guli to give him the space. Yuri Toman's just made another place as well in that 8 RAG. We saw him a little while ago going past the boss. Now he gets past the Arnage Competition Cup.
I will say with the, just very quickly touch on the Pescarolo car and just the fact that all their drivers are ridiculously young. This is kind of, I said this on a different broadcast elsewhere, is that like there is a significant, it's not significant, there is a bit of an age gap though, or more of an experience gap in the world of sim racing, because there are quite a lot of drivers where it's kind of like, oh yeah, I've seen this at the front for the last like 5-10 years. Bonnerhouse, Jelly Simicic, Josh Rogers, Mitchell de Jong, etc., etc. Like, it's a long list. A lot of these drivers, it's like, yeah, I've seen this for a long time. And then there are these coming almost out of nowhere 16, 17, 18-year-olds that are just incredibly fast. Colin Sporks, one who kind of came pretty much out of nowhere 2, maybe 3 years ago. Unicorns of Love, team elsewhere in the world of sim racing. It's a real team name, don't judge. They're an incredibly strong team. Again, I think their average age of the entire team, if you account for all of their drivers, is probably around like 20, 21. Because most of their drivers are still like 16, 17, 18 and whatnot, and they've just got a few that are a bit older than that. Right. We're at that turning point in sim racing where we're seeing a lot of really young drivers, young talents coming into the world of sim racing and really pushing all the old people out like me.
Now, this is the battle a little bit further up the road. Now, one interesting thing here is Tom Lartalou in that Alpine esports cars dropped 4.3 back from Team Redline and has this lot to deal with coming up behind. So this is on board with Team Redline. We look ahead to AMG Petronas. There's the Van Walhurst car just ahead. Oh dear, that was the Marla car just about getting out the way. And next up the road is Alpine on the alternative strategy, i.e. on the soft tyres, which they are going new every time on, and there they are.
Which I don't understand so much. There is Tom Lartalou. I don't understand why they're kind of struggling. I know obviously the softball burn out fast in the mediums, but we are talking about one stint versus one stint. The cars behind are on the one stint old mediums. They're effectively the same age medium tyres. The softs have clearly dropped off quite a significant portion because he is struggling a little bit on the tyres. Now, we'll gain some of that time back on the next stint comparatively to them, but we'll also lose 20 seconds in the pit lane by not changing tyres.
Here we go, Redline versus AMG Patron. AMG Patron is getting past Van Walhurst, and now it's going to be down to Redline to try and follow them through. Up to La Source we come, there we can see Redline to the outside, going to try and get the switch back to get the run. For the time being, they all swap past the SF Velas car, which pulls out of the way to allow those 3 LMP cars to go through. Right now the run up through Rouge and Radion. Here we are on board with Team Redline, the back of this trio. Van Walhurst ahead of us, and then further up the road AMG Petronas. You can see now this is the point where Team Redline pull out of the tow. The only problem is Van Walhurst are getting a tow to the left, and now they're going to be side by side through Lecom, but just about Team Redline getting through, and they muscle their way through quite literally into 6th place.
I think those two have been trying out some of that fairly pretty brand new British touring car content that's been out on the R-Back 2 platform. Plenty of fisticuffs between the two of them. Straight on the inside, yes, to Pedersen, trying to get it done once again on Max Benecke as they head down into No Name, getting past the Fire car. I mean, that was an instant. Yes, Pedersen, no disrespect to him, he's been a lot slower this round than we would normally expect. Again, maybe there might be some strategy done, but yeah, that instant between the noted, I don't think anything will really come of that. It was a little bit of feisty fisticuffs between them through Lecom, but that's why it's noted and not under investigation. One of those things that race control are like, okay, if you want to race like that, fair enough.
We're keeping an eye on you.
We'll see if this goes anywhere sideways or potentially backwards.
Now, Rocket Sim Sport are in to the pit lane, so let's find out what happened. Whilst we were looking at Alpine, this is what happened into bus stop, Lewis.
Yeah, this is the move, trying to get around the outside. Great move from Baldwin, straight around the outside, going through Blanchimont. Obviously, it's completely pinned these cars, so fair enough each on those. But then gives him the inside line into the braking zone of the bus stop, getting squeezed out a little bit with Jesper Pedersen. A look on board with Max Berneke. You can see Baldwin with that superior speed in the slipstream to the outside, completely pinned. I mean, great spatial awareness between the pair of them to have left so little on the line.
Yeah, there's just nowhere to go at the back there, just road completely blocked, but great racing by all three cars there, and that's what we love to see. Brabham in as well. Felt like they were one of the first in last time as well, weren't they? So
Tak, na poprzednim wszyscy.
we will wait to see. None of our leaders, none of our top 10 yet to come in.
Because we did the maths and we know they're not going to be in for another 2 laps.
Yes, of course.
So we've already done, we've covered that math. It's fine, we've done.
I don't trust myself that much, that's why I'm keeping an eye on it.
Me neither.
So,
Dlaczego taktyka się posypała? No to wszyscy jadą po tysiącu samej taktyce.
And P1 Esport have also
Tylko
come into
top
They'll be going for
4, może poza jedną kolandą będzie musiał pit nadłożyć. O, właśnie Kanada zjechała do boksu.
P1 Esport in.
It's not good. It's not good coming in this early.
Ale Kanada może nadrobić ten boks raczej spokojnie.
Later on in this race. Pasquarello, by the way, who we're looking at right now, Martin Mergulli.
You're going to have to do a splash and dash later.
100%. 100%. Mergulli's been dropping back a little bit in the Pasquarello, struggling a little bit on speed. Has dropped back behind not only, of course, Michi Hoy, we saw that move, but also now Michael Romanidis also getting past. So Mergulli back down to 10th position. Thankfully, it's about 3 seconds back to Gianmarco Fiducci, who said was struggling for speed yesterday, and yet still qualified 12th, so it's not bad for Gianmarco Fiducci.
Right, Porsche in, leaders in. So we were almost there.
No, they have. To be fair, the 23 has been pitting a lap earlier than everyone else.
Yeah.
Because they did have that 17-lap stint at the first stint of the race. So this is on strategy for the 23. So we're not that stupid.
There we go. This is D station we take a look at now. They had a good qualifying, and so far it's going pretty well for them in the race as well. They have a best result of 10th in Le Mans Virtual. One top 10 for them so far in their Le Mans Virtual journey, and they will be hoping to add to that here. But this is a really good run for them. This could be on for what would be possibly their best ever result. So D station looking to continue that. In speed are also in the pit lane. Now Porsche Coanda weren't the only ones who came in. Pescarolo came in as well, as did Fiducci in the Team Ford Stiller car. But in speed in one of the earlier stoppers as well, so could be in danger of having to come in later in the race for an extra stop. We are watching Tommy Usgaard in the number 20 Porsche Coanda car, 11.5 seconds ahead of the number 2 Team Redline car. 5 seconds back from that is Tom Lartulu, who was once under a lot of pressure from the likes of James Baldwin, Max Berneke and Jesper Pedersen, but has now pulled out a gap of 2.8. But as Lewis correctly pointed out earlier,
rajdowcy w tym rajdzie, więc kurczę, będzie ciężko, ale staramy się.
To around, well, last time it was 15th, so we'll see what it is this time. They'll drop places in this pit stop.
So I'm having a brief conversation with Luke Crane, Actual Vision, some of you might know.
Yes.
Who
Hello, Luke.
having a little bit.
Spoke to him in a while.
He's watched. No, he loves it. He loves a bit of esports stuff. Obviously, good fans with good friends with this guy, Moritz Lerner.
Good to see he's watching.
He's been commentating on this dude for a fair amount for the last couple of years. Being Moritz Lerner, who we're on board with right now, is going to look at the inside of Simsa, get straight into the rear end of that Simsa esports car, doors him a bit, and opens the door to try and get around the outside of No Name. Won't do that. Might
Tak idzie, no jedziemy w tej stawce liderów, wszyscy blisko siebie, no i tak. Ale teraz widzicie, że niektóre zespoły już zjechały, więc poszło pit stop, no zobaczymy. Myślimy, że lider jedzie takim tempem, że nadrobi ten pit stop.
The reason why, by the way, I wanted to bring up this conversation.
Yeah, you can just stay next to
it's to do with the Alpine strategy, which we've been discussing, of like as much as Jürgen Van Bergen has told me, team manager again of Alpine, and Red
Tak,
Bull
tak,
Spec, has told me that they
40 sekund traciliśmy do lidera, zanim nie zjechał, no ale mówię, on nakłada pit stop mega długiej alei.
Is that they went from 8th to 4th in the pit stop, but they apparently didn't change tyres. They did change tyres. They are single stinting softs, but they went from 8th to 4th, and also they've been slower on their stint, which is kind of like, that does look like a double stint though. Let's be real, that does look like a double stint. Apparently, for anyone sat at home, it is not a double stint. Apparently they are single stinting the softs, but I don't know.
Well, they've just come in,
and we never trust teams in this competition.
Well, no,
not after this morning.
No, here they are. Let's see what they've got.
Definitely
it's going to be softs, no doubt about that.
Can't tell if they're old.
No.
It's all a pointless conversation.
Let's have a look. Oh no, they just look exactly the same.
The important thing is whether they change drivers on this one. Tom Lartier behind the wheel at the moment.
No top 10 w 40 sekundach, a ci z Socialu z przodu raczej odłożą pit stop, więc jeszcze jest bardziej zbita niż mi się wydawało.
A few driver changes if they. Tom Lartier, I think, maybe served his time. It looks like they're just going to split this one into 3 sections. Tom's going to do the first 2, someone's going to do the second 2, and then someone will be in to do the last 2. Tom Lartier, yes, Rory McDuff has jumped in, so he should probably take us now to the last 2 hours in that car. And they are dropping down the order. We're yet to see everyone do their stops, but let's see where they come out when everyone else comes in. That's the main thing. With Alpine, looking back to the GTE, BMW team, red line leading the way. Proton Coanda came in for their second stop, so they've dropped down. So red line currently leading the way, but we're waiting to see everyone come in.
There is Rory McDuff out of the pit lane, of course, and got a bit of pressure on his shoulders from the Team Fordzilla driver, Gianmarco Fiducci, as well as Brabham Esports, who are also there. Jan van der Heide behind the wheel of that car. This will be pretty tight between the two of them, all three separated by around a second at the moment. Very, very close indeed. By the way, we'll also say the ones that we were looking at in that battle in the GTE category is InSpeed getting in the way of McDuff at the moment, coming through the exit of Fania over to the right-hand side. There you go. We're looking at Gustus Grimberg, because he's recently got past Mark Veit in the Sim3 sports car. That is up to 7th in class for the Sim3 sports car. D-Station dropping back to 8. Moritz Lerner and Dane Warner. Dane Warner's miles away, never mind. Moritz Lerner's also a part of that battle.
Here we see Rory McDuff. Let's wait and see what he can do.
He's quick in this car, I will say that. Obviously did the first ever Le Mans Virtual, finished 4th back then. Of course in the 2Cs motorsports car a while ago.
It's where he comes out now when everyone else stops, isn't it? That's going to be the key here.
Yeah, that's the big decider in all of this as we ride on board with the Brabham Esports car, Jan van der Heide. This car's I'd argue is a little bit out of position. Jan van der Heide is a very fast driver, won the Season 3 of the R-Factor 2 GT Pro Series, as well as things like the Virtual Endurance Championship and whatnot, and has done very well in the Le Mans Virtual Series, raced in various Formula E events for Nissan and whatnot, is a mighty fast peddler. Took a little bit of a break from sim racing. Meanwhile, we can see
Team Redline.
LMP leaders into the pit lane.
Team Redline have come in that number 2. So we see them coming in. Brabham have already served their stop. We are having a quick look at them now. Of course, we've had Porsche 23, that's come in. The number 20 has come in as well. So we're waiting to see some of the others. There we can see the number 2, Redline, making its way back out.
Nie, to nie jest aktualizowany.
Panis Racing in the 65 also coming in.
Well, bit of traffic here for Gianmarco Fiducci to navigate. It's that battle that we were talking about. It's Moritz Lerner, Mark Veit in the middle of it, and then Gustus Grimberg. As you can see in the distance just up there, Rory McDuff had to go wide going into the pith of the path. Now gets to the outside, goes around there and gets the inside going through campus, but lost out a little bit of time. They're all going to lose out quite a bit through all of this, unfortunately.
Whoa. dives down the inside. That was a late one, wasn't it?
60 kph in the pits.
Kind of got to be. McDuff, by the way, has got Merguli to navigate ahead. You can kind of see just in the foreground. I think it's already got through on Martin.
No trudno, dodali, tak.
The Alpine car gets
nie są
another
zaktualizowane.
spot
nie jest.
starting to check out from us again. Those brand new soft tyres really pushing them forward right now.
Into the chicane we go. Brabham Esports here behind Fordzilla. James Baldwin is now the on-track leader ahead of Team Redline. Then it is Jesper Pedersen for Floyd Van Wall Burst. Next along, Mitchie Hoyer in the next few Van Wall Burst car. Then AMG Team Williams, Jas Heat. So those top 6 runners yet to come in and do their stops. Let's
Roger, he was behind me the entire
what's happening with GTE. SF Velas are in the pits. We've got the AAA RHG in pit lane as well, and Gustas Grimbergis for Simsa has come into pit lane as well to serve their second stop. Enzo Benito still out on track, as is the ProDrive car, as is the Marla car. Oracle likewise, and Project One as well. Fordzilla we have a quick look at, as everyone, Lewis, as you said, it's now becoming a traffic jam in pit lane.
It is getting quite busy. Coincidentally, though, they've actually gone a lap longer. Again, this could be actually where they're crossing the line.
40 minut stinty są. Michael jedzie jeszcze jeden, potem kodem 2, czyli to będą 2 godziny jazdy jeszcze i potem ja wsiadam 2.
They're all coming into that is the team-wise, the ones that you actually recognise, the AMG team Petronas Williams esports car, Williams AMG Williams, both of the Van Walls, Jas Heat for Lotche.
Watch out for traffic when someone starts close to you, because RAG got a drive-through for going side by side in the pit lane, like for unsafe release.
It really is, and there we can see look at the pit lane. That is the AMG Team Petronas car of James Baldwin, as Mac Backham in the Porsche Coanda will now go back through to retake the lead. And as we correctly pointed out, it is very busy. We've got GTEs and LMPs all in pit lane. Here's a look at what's happened in the second hour of the race.
Raczej nie do końca, raczej Nikodem jeszcze wsiądzie na ostatni stint.
And it was a fantastic start for Josh Rogers in the number 23 Porsche Coanda, who led us into the first corner with Team Redline also on the front row. We had contact going up the hill between BS Plus competition and the number 11 Project One car. That would go down as a racing incident. BS Plus competition carrying a bit of damage for that. This one likewise would also go down as a racing incident. Contact between the number 2 and the number 4 as the number 2 car tried to sell the dummy. Sadly, a bit of a disconnection, a game freeze for the Williams car coming up the hill. They would go straight into the wall. They would get back into the race again.
Ja nie wiedziałem, że tak w ogóle już tam poszli
przez tymi problemami. Straight into pit lane. AMG Team Petronas there finding themselves 3 wide in a place you wouldn't usually expect. A bit of contact there for P1 Esport from one of the RHG cars flying through. Roman Grosjean did enter the race in one of the RHG cars in this second hour, and we had a great battle between AMG Team Petronas and Team Redline there as well. Likewise, here from one of the Van Wall Burst cars going round the outside, the triple four, round the outside of AMG Team Williams, just a little bit further back. This is a Team Redline trying to make their way up the order, running in 6th place and judging that one to perfection. But behind, getting the slipstream there, that would be the Team Petronas car to go through into 6th place. A fantastic move complete. Battle would continue on though. It's to get into the top 5. This has been one of the main sections of the race that we have been following. D station, unfortunately, they found themselves facing the wrong way a little bit earlier after contact. This time they almost found themselves going into the back of Simsa. Thankfully, both cars getting away with that one and would stay in the same positions. Those two fighting over a top 10 spot in the GTE class. But 2 hours now complete, 4 to go here at Spa of round 3 of the Le Mans Virtual Series. Porsche at the head of the field. Team Redline currently in 3rd place. What can the likes of RAG and Team Redline do? Remember, Alpine are single stinting soft tyres, whilst everyone else are double stinting medium tyres. So we keep an eye on their progress throughout this next stint. There you can see just outside the top 10, the likes of Pescarolo going pretty well. Brabham likewise. Team Fordzilla running in 12th place. Sadly, RAG had a penalty and that dropped them from 6th down.
Ustawiona, ale to tak prawdopodobieństwo jakieś tam ustawione. No było 10% szans na deszcz na początku. Teraz wiemy, że będzie sucho.
Is going to be Williams after that disconnection. Proton are on an alternative strategy. They currently lead the way in GTE from BMW Team Redline and ProDrive, who are going very well. Maranello, their progress back through the field continues. RAG, after a bad qualifying, are also continuing to progress through the field. Oracle Red Bull Racing holding their own up ahead as well.
And that is the voice of Chris McCarthy, who is off for a well-earned break, having just talked us through the second hourly highlights. Rocket Sim Sport right in the thick of the action in this replay. This is the battle for 15th, 16th, 16th position with ARC, with Arnage competition, ARC Bratislava rather. So contact at the bus stop, there goes Arnage through, and ARC Bratislava being knocked down a couple of spots out of 15th position. Good news as Chris departs is that I've just scored a magnificent 15 out of 15 in this week's commentators quiz. So fantastic. Bring it on, bring it on. That will be online on the socials a little bit later. You can see whether that is true or false.
So now you've said that. Now you've said that. I'm just sort of like, is this real, or is this
Lewis is looking very worried indeed. This week's challenge for the commentators: 5 pictures, and we have had to come up with what was the car, what was the year, and what was the championship in which it raced. How good's your NASCAR knowledge, Lewis? Let's get a look back
it's
at...
okay, actually.
We'll talk about the racing. No, that's for later. You guys can enjoy your quizzing later. Porsche 1-2, Team Redline 3-4. Look at the with AMG Petronas, and then the pair of Van Wall Burst cars. This is getting a very Formula One-y sort of 2x2 look to it. Oh, and after Rocket turned around ARC Bratislava, Arnage almost doing the same to them a lap later at the same place. So that Rocket Simsport car having a bit of a busy time at the moment.
The thing is with the, saying about how, of course, how this race is unfolding, particularly at the top of the LMP category, how, again, it's Porsche, it's Redline, so you've got the Van Walls up there as well. It does have that vibe about it, the AMG backed car, of course, the AMG Petronas Esports, and then the AMG Williams car either side of that. It does have that whiff of it. Sure, I think that will unravel itself ever so slightly towards the end of the race, particularly with the Porsche, who I think are going slightly... Porsche is going too aggressive, I think, on the strategy. I think they're going too short on the fuel because they're pitting laps earlier than everyone else.
Okay.
So I'm not sure what will happen between them. Either way, our large competition straight around the outside of a Rocket, who are going to leave it down the inside of Malmedy. Woof, that is risky stuff between the two. The Madam Pinsesh getting around the outside of Borja Milan.
Cracking racing from Pinsesh. And Borja Milan really, he did everything right there. He tried to defend everything. He just it wasn't there. That was great stuff from Arnage, up to 16th place and pulling away immediately. However, again, you slightly worry that for Rocket, that contact at the bus stop possibly may not have gone unnoticed by the stewards and possibly may not end up going unpunished by the stewards. I mean, they did turn around their rivals in the ARC Bratislava car. So, unfortunately, you get by knocking somebody off. It tends to come back to haunt you. Yeah, now, OK, so we've talked about Porsche at the front, Porsche Coanda at the front of LMP. Porsche Proton Coanda, their Porsches, are also at the front in the GTE field. So BMW, Team Redline is the lead BMW now. Enzo Benito ahead of ProDrive, and Satellite Racing's Aston Martin up to 4th place. They're having a really good run. And Jimmy Nasula still in the... Can he still be in the car? I thought the maximum you were allowed to do was 2 hours at a time.
No, you can do more. You can do as much as you want at one go. It's just there is a minimum and maximum driver time over the entire event. It's 60 minutes is the minimum, which is an hour, obviously, and the maximum is 180, which is 3 hours. So you're still okay at this point, but you're closing in on those final bits where you kind of have to jump out of the car to make sure that your teammates can do them.
And that means that if you go beyond a double stint into a triple, you're going to have to make the last stint shorter.
Slightly shorter, yes.
Because they're going just a fraction longer than an hour in the GTE class. Yeah, so
yeah, I think that's the guy that was in front of me for my entire
heavy lifting there. He is in stint number 3, so clearly, yeah, keeping that car right up at the sharp end. So where is the BMW? Why has the BMW
behind them is Alpine, and they're on fresh tires, but they need to make an extra
so
stop things.
I would say with GTE, like with the leader, with particularly the BMW red line, whilst they are not leading this race, they are kind of leading this race, because the 77 is pitting too early. They are putting themselves in a position where they've got to make
to save a lot
splash and dash, which on a pit lane where it's a minute. Basically a minute and 5 seconds.
It's no longer a splash or a dash, is it?
Exactly. No. It's like this is not the track to be trying to book yourself an extra trip down into pit lane. So that in that sense, it really is a BMW red line advantage. Proton Commander can kind of pull it on back if they fuel save enough, but that's going to be a really tricky one. For BS competition, they've just had a couple of issues recently. I'm not actually necessarily sure. I don't remember what happened to Alan Tez.
They got a penalty, didn't they, for turning? No, they didn't get a penalty for the first lap.
No,
for that contact with the Porsche that escaped that. Actually, BS Florian Hasper for BS, they tweeted a little recently with a picture of the car on the grid, said that was the best part of the race for us so far. And yeah, they're not wrong. I mean, it's been an unmitigated shocker so far for BS, considering where they qualified. They've got no business being that far back. And actually, D Station as well, only 13th. They were, 6th, 7th, 7th, 8th on the grid. I mean, the Aston Martin looked very strong in the rain. Doesn't look so strong here, but like everybody else, well, it's not like everybody else, so it's not on the soft. So they're double stinting that medium. Is this a second stint on the medium, or?
No, I think. So some teams might take a soft, some teams might take a medium in the GT category, but I don't think you would double stint them regardless. I think it's you take the medium if you can't keep the soft alive. Meanwhile, if you're smooth enough, calm enough, and within the car enough, you can just single stint the soft and it's not a problem.
Or if the car is gentle enough.
Yeah, exactly. That also does come down to the car, because each car does wear their tyres differently. That's the joy of having so many different cars. Got a little bit of a look into the gallery on the top right, where the broadcast is put together, race control and whatnot at the bottom. Obviously at the top, I'm not going to go through the names, there's no traitor in there this time, we're okay. But obviously the look through the gallery, you can see how much work is done to put together this broadcast that we
absolutely none. They're all just sitting there doing nothing.
Just like us.
Who's actually doing anything?
Yeah, we want to see some harder work.
You see, that's what happens when they can hear commentary in the gallery. It's never a good sign, is it? And down in race control now, the voice you are used to hearing in the World Endurance Championship, and actually our race director Eduardo Freitas, not here with us at Motorsport Games HQ. He is in Bahrain already. So how many hours ahead? I can't even remember how many hours ahead. But it's dark out, but it's not as cold as it is here, so that's always good.
It's not mid-dark outside anyway. It's about 3 o'clock here in the UK. We're approaching it.
Alpine Esports with a move here on AMG Team Williams. And that was nicely put away, wasn't it? Very comfortable move, very straightforward. That was not the most common place to overtake, but certainly worked really well. Down here into Bruxelles, this sort of corkscrewing downhill right-hander. Again, there are so many bits of this track that from an aerial view like here could be, really quite flat. This track is absolutely stacked with elevation. Apart from the pit straight, which isn't even level, the Formula 1 pit straight, which isn't even level, I think possibly the only level bit of the track is between Piff and Paff here, and then between the two right-handers at the bottom, Campos and Paul Frere. I think that's relatively level. Everywhere else, you could not park a car without the handbrake on. It would just disappear. Again, even say here, between the two right-handers, you're still going downhill into Curve Paul Frere, or Stavolo as it used to be called, and then you start to climb. It's not hugely mountainous, but it is a very hilly part of the Belgian Ardennes, and they have used the terrain here just fabulously. Whoever and I don't know who it was who originally laid out the circuit here using the roads around the area. Whoever decided to come racing here was some sort of insane genius, because it, you know, in the cars that they raced in the very early days, it must have just been the most terrifying thing, with cars that were just routinely tearing the tread off the tyres and had no brakes and little steering and even less grip. I mean, what a place this must have been for those pioneers of motorsport in the 20s and 30s. Looking to a slightly more modern pioneer of motorsport, Matt Bacamar, race leader. The gap out to 14.3 seconds over teammate Tommy Usgaard. Again, all these guys in these Porsche Coanda LMPs are ex-GT race exponents, so they have made a lot of laps, a lot of time, a lot of their reputation in GT cars, and are now absolutely knocking it out of the park. I mean, this is a comprehensively good showing from both of the Porsche Coanda cars, sweeping up. Again, you know, from the car it looks level. If you're in a passenger seat of a car here, you'd know just how steep it is, and you'd sort of just come almost over a crest there as you get into the brakes for the bus stop. Out to the bus stop, little crest here, and then again you can see right from the start of the pit wall there, it rolls all the way downhill into La Source. And this is the slowest part of the circuit. Minimum speed there about 40 miles an hour, about 65 k's. And minimum speed in a prototype or a GT is going to be very similar. GT probably with a slightly higher minimum speed there. And then sweeping down through Eau Rouge over this left-hander Rédillon and up the Kemmel Straight. And again, very steep uphill. If you've ever walked around the track, and if you never have, you really ought to. It's a proper cardiac workout. Again, slight plateau as you get onto the brakes here into Les Combes, but you're still climbing, using as much of the curb as you can. And then as you start to head down to Bruxelles, it starts to just tip over the brow here by the Marshalls campsite on the left. Again, in the longer races, you're doing the Spa 24 hours. If you're in the evening, you'll be able to smell all the campsite barbecues going on there as the Marshalls retire in shifts, retire for their tea, and then pouring on the speed down the hill into the double left-handers here. It's just a phenomenally scenic layout, and for anybody either racing a car or being driven around it in a car here, it is a fantastic track. It's just a massive roller coaster of emotion.
It's a brilliant circuit. I mean, it stood the test of time. You know, obviously over 100 years now. It's time in the motorsport world, and the important thing is that even in the world of sim racing, where most of the drivers genuinely will race this track, it's not like in the real world of motorsport where you see it like once or twice a year. Yeah. A lot of the time in sim racing, they are seeing this track 15, 20 times in a year. And every time you go, oh, Spa again, oh. And then you start driving and you think, oh, yeah, okay, yeah, fair enough, all right, yeah, all right, all right, cool. You know, it's a classic.
It is a classic, you know, Spa, Silverstone, Monza, all those classic European tracks there. It's not just that they've been around for a long while, but they've been used so often for good reason. I think that's the real thing, isn't it? You know, they're and even the modern circuit where you come from Les Combes all the way around there to Stavelot, that is you know, a new artificial part of the track that was built to bring it back to Grand Prix racing in the 1980s, but the old road course, you know, part of the track still uses the old roads. The old roads come in on the left-hand side there as you start to climb up the hill, come through what used to be an access gate there and drive up the old road. In fact, the first time I ever came to Spa for a Grand Prix, you could still, before race day, as you can at Le Mans still, drive around the entire circuit. We didn't use the modern bit, but we drove all the way around the old circuit from La Source all the way down and around. So it's a phenomenal place. Let's take a look at some of the action while I was busy wittering on. RAG's number 18 car had a bit of a torrid time in Monza, and just got the move around the outside of that Ferrari to stay safe, but not enough to keep the speed up. And the Vector car up the inside, so that was a change for... Yes, that was Romain Grosjean being passed by Luc Duval, and that was for 19th place.
just getting caught out by the GT driver, which is so easy in the LMPs. I mean, as much as we've seen a lot of aggressive driving from the LMPs as they fired their way up through a lot of that traffic earlier on, thinking, God, this is why GTs must absolutely hate LMPs. I mean, in the LMPs, they lose as many positions as they gain by getting caught out in the wrong spots by some of these, by some of the GTs that are just sort of doing their own thing. We're seeing the battle here between the Project One by duo, Mark Gassner behind the wheel, and the Jima behind the wheel of the D-Station car that we're looking at right now. They've dropped back a fair amount, obviously now outside of the top 10, but looking back at the order between Vector and ARC Bratislava, another switch for a position. Is that another one for Liam Duval?
Yeah, Liam Duval, sorry, not Luke Duval. Yeah, so that's my Loic rather than Liam coming in there. Yeah, so picks up another spot, goes by ARC Bratislava. So that is Vector up to 18th place. Fiona Miller will be a little happier.
Maybe a touch.
Yeah.
It's been a somewhat difficult day for to be fair, it's been a somewhat difficult season for GR Vector, to be perfectly honest. Of course, the squad is actually run more so behind the scenes. The team is basically the John Lacey Esports Academy of all things. So they've got a lot of push between it. All the drivers belong there, and they've all kind of jumped into drive in this championship, as they have done when it was obviously GR Wolves. Even they're the ones that kind of run that camp. I mean, they've not had an ideal season, but they are a talented group. You wouldn't really know it from even some of the results. You think, oh, maybe they aren't that good. But trust me, these are drivers that you would see at the front of, maybe slightly lower competition, but like not crazy different in terms of strength of field. They're still good drivers.
Looking here at 44, the ARC Bratislava car coming under pressure from behind. Roman Grosjean in RHG's number 18. That was the car that got fired off in Monza from a more competitive position than the one that they're showing at the moment. So Grosjean now trying to work his way through traffic, and again you can see the Project One car. Is that the Project? No, that's the Aston, isn't it?
Satellite.
Just in front, yeah, the satellite car. Again, through no fault of his own, his minimum speed there in those corners is lower than that of the prototypes, and he needs to use the racing line. It is a little bit one-track race course there. Grosjean looking to switch to the outside. Now, the idea there is that you try and force the driver in front to brake too shallow or to brake too late on a shallow line, and then he outbrakes himself on the way through. But Roman there couldn't find the traction he needed, got a big handful of opposite as he tried to come out of the bus stop. I'm trying to see what the DHL livery jet on the shelf behind him is.
Yeah, I know.
Not quite sure what's going on.
It's got a nice die. I did say it earlier. That die cast of the IndyCar, obviously his IndyCar, but very nice. Always love those bits, because to me, obviously not a real world trophy, fair enough. But like in the world, like even in sim racing, I have like a die cast of your car. I have a little model of your car with your name on it. I'm like, that is almost even more important than a trophy to me sometimes. Kind of like that's something where it's like, well, that actually has my name on it, and that is actually something which I've been and I've done, I've used.
Well, Grosjean right now still staring at the back of Eric Vizzi's car, and coming up behind him is the Mexico Racing Team car. So who?
The one directly behind them?
Yeah, no, so that's
the other GR Vector is the one that's directly behind them, the 86. But who are they? Getting past the Fire car, which is going to slow them down ever slightly here, but should be all right. As Grosjean's going to lose out. So speaking about little models cars, I've actually got a little model version of an RHG LMP too, obviously from some of the competitions that we've had before. So I've got a little model version of that. That's pretty cool, but not quite to that degree. But he's struggling a little bit on the rear end. Saw it a little bit there on the exit of Pith Path. Just putting the power down a little bit too much. The rear end's not gripping too much. These are potentially the second stint of these medium tyres, and those rear tyres will be screaming right now.
And how much longer have they got to go? They've got another half dozen laps still to try and survive on these at least. So this is not battle. That is not the Mexico Racing Team car behind. So again, we saw when we were watching Roman a minute or two ago, see him chatting away to somebody on his headset. So probably not passing the time of day with the race control. That'll be having a chat with the engineers. Okay, guy coming up behind you, it's not for position, let him go. That's not your battle. And that's important, actually, when you that you have that information, because otherwise you start to try and look at the timing screens when you know, and figure out where you are and who it might be and so on. And when you haven't raced the entire season, then you don't need that sort of distraction. You just need the information coming in clean to you. So P1 moving up there into 5th place ahead of SF Velas. And so the Porsches, I mean, they qualified reasonably strongly. 3rd and 4th were the best Porsches, but Ferrari are just sort of slumping down the order. This sort of a little bit puts me in the mind of Ferrari at Spa in World Endurance, where after 3 dry days of running, they were just saying, okay, unless it rains, we're absolutely murdered. We've got no chance. And then it rained on race day, and hey presto, they ended up winning the race. And maybe Ferrari needs something like that to turn their fortunes around here in the virtual world as well.
Well, they've got, you know, they've got a great. It's not the top speed itself that's actually quite good in the Ferrari. It's the way it gets to it. It's like it obliterates its way up there. And once it gets up there, I think the Aston Martin's a little bit faster in straight line, but they get up that speed faster than the other car. The problem is that despite doing that, they're really bad in the high-speed corners, which Spa does have a few of.
It does.
And so, again, in that sense, they're a car that would be quite good in Sector 1 and 3, and then really not very good in Sector 2, which we're obviously watching
Ja, musimy właśnie oszczędzać paliwa, żeby 19 kółek na stint robić.
I think it's still Fiduciary behind the wheel.
Żeby nie nadłożyć
this is the part
stopu.
where the car's really going to kind of struggle. Now, when you compare
Na wyścigowej mieszance, aż to na kwalifikacyjnym to jest właśnie bez znaczenia. 18 kółek można przejechać, a właśnie troszkę oszczędzając można 19 przejechać, no i wtedy oszczędzimy bit stop. Może 20 będziemy musieli na ostatnim stincie zrobić.
Really, really fast there, and that's where it's like you sometimes can't really compete with that. But that's the whole nature of taking these different cars to different tracks. You're not going to be the fastest car every single track, because that would be a very bad BOP, to be honest.
And the other thing is, you know, if you come off the corner like the Ferrari does and get to your top speed quicker, that's great on short straights, but when you've got long straights like here and somebody behind you in the slipstream, then, you know, their ultimate top speed they may take longer to get to it, but they may actually have a better run on you. So
I think it's only the Aston that might have one that's high. Everyone else should be. But that's it. We probably shouldn't talk about BOP on this broadcast. Might be just messages after this race.
Well, no, I mean, BOP is why we get close racing. I think it's absolutely the most positive thing that you have in GT racing. Obviously, there's no balance of performance in the prototypes. The balance of performance there is, here's a box of bits that's exactly the same. Yeah, everybody gets the same Lego kit. There you are. That's what it is. Off you go. Yeah. You know, you all have the same instructions, or to a degree the same instructions. So, and you all have the same potential. So it is different in GT racing. I mean, a Porsche is a very different beast to a Ferrari, it's a very different beast to an Aston Martin or a BMW. So you've got 2 mid-rear engine cars, you've got 2 front engine cars, and they've got, you know, wildly varying body shapes and frontal profiles and track and wheelbase and everything else. You know, the whole ethos of each of the 4 cars is quite different. And so they do things differently, just like 4 different football players will kick a football differently. So, you know, it doesn't matter. Okay, you've got 4 right-wing strikers.
Do you have enough
they all
distance
have
space?
different heights and different physiognomies, and it will make a difference. What's also, there doesn't seem to be any logic looking there at who's got softs and who's got mediums. Doesn't seem to be, okay, if you're in a Ferrari, you can only make a medium work, or if you're in a BMW, all of them can make a soft work. It doesn't seem to be the case. It seems to be sort of fairly liberally spread among all 4 brands, is that you've got people using softs and mediums. And
here's Rory McDuff getting past Michi Hoy. Now, I'm quite glad it's Rory McDuff behind the wheel and not Colin Spork, because Colin Spork and Michi Hoy have had a few bits of fisticuffs throughout the year of 2022. This time, Rory McDuff, though, gets through nice and clean on Michi Hoyer and up into 7th position. You're absolutely right, though. You're absolutely right, Martin. Of course...
making a note to... I'll add that to my 15 points in the quiz.
Up to 60, you've broken the record. Goodness. No, the GTEs are kind of like, it's almost more down to how you're driving and how you set up the GT as to whether you can take the softs and the. Whilst each car will affect its tyres differently, there are things that you can do in the setup which you maybe couldn't do in, say, you could do in a BMW, you couldn't necessarily do in a Porsche to aid the front tyres coming in, but not the rears, etc., etc. There's quite a lot of that, and so that's why there is a bit more openness on who's taking the softs and the mediums, which I will say I absolutely love, because I don't like seeing, oh, everyone's in the same car and they're all doing the same tyre strategy. It's like, yeah, boring. I like the variety that we have.
What it doesn't seem to make, it doesn't make a huge difference to the strategy, though. They will still stop on the same lap for fuel. They're just on a nominally different tyre, so they're just driving it differently. So it's, it's in LMP, if you go for the medium tyre, then you are pretty much duty-bound to double stint it. If you go for the soft, then you've really not given yourself that opportunity. And we saw that early on in the first couple of stints from Alpine, where they went soft and all the cars around them went medium. Now Alpine are back on the mediums, but having dropped down to 16th place, they still on soft.
Still soft.
Still on
they're
soft.
Committing to that strategy. So this is into the pit lane for Max Backham, race leader in that number 23, coming in much earlier than the rest of them. We'd expect the rest of the LMPs to be in with the next couple of laps. They have always been doing that.
They did with Josh Rogers. He came in a lap earlier than anybody, and particularly I think that was to make sure that they didn't have the stacking problem that they had at Monza with their two cars when they were running 1-2 early in the race. Oh! ARC Bratislava and RHE getting touchy-feely on the run down towards Eau Rouge, but Romain Grosjean has got through and now gets a nice clean run. Actually just about caught the BS BMW at the right place, and so he didn't lose much momentum. The ARC Bratislava car is there, but is not going to go by. Eric Vizi remains behind. So again, Grosjean with that real world as well as sim world experience, just able to read the traffic well and shows where to make the move. But goodness me, that car is looking more like a drift car than a Le Mans prototype right now. Really steering from the rear, and that must be a real handful for him.
Yeah, certainly is. Obviously, again, these are the old tyres. These are a stint and a half old. These two stint old tyres. They're approaching the end of their life when it comes to realistically how fast they're going to go, and it just shows the car. The thing is when they're like that, you understeer into the corner, you oversteer out. It's so tricky to drive. Doing a great job to do so, and like I say, navigating the traffic wisely.
Right, who is right behind him? Is that Tommy Usgaard, the leader, or is that Matt Backham who has stayed in? No, yeah, because Matt Backham is still in the pits. So it is the leader is behind this battle. So the leader has lapped everybody up to 18th place, or up to 19th place now.
Martin Kronke takes over the wheel of the 23. So they've used, in the first half of this race, they have used all three of their drivers in that number 23 Porsche Commander
Leader
car.
in, leaders in. Okay, yes, that had to be his in lap, really, because that's the way that's been going. So Tommy Usgaard, and so will they do the same with the number 20 car?
Well, when it comes to driver slots, I do believe so. Obviously, we have seen. Well, we have seen Diogo. Well, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong car. Never mind. I was about to say Diogo Pinto, Luke Bennett. Well, no, we have seen Mitchell de Jong out. Obviously, we've got Tommy Usgaard behind the wheel. We always see Zach Campbell, who's normally, I mean, he's very, very fast. Zach Campbell. Said this before in the previous rounds that he's done and whatnot. Normally does quite a lot of the race engineering and whatnot for the Commander squad since joining them after leaving Apex at the start of this year, a Team Apex racing team that are obviously based. I'm wisely informed up in Corby, and they've got their own little facility there. I'd like to see them taking part in the Le Mans Virtual Series in the near future for sure.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Because they're a great little squad. But Zach Campbell obviously has departed them, joined Porsche Commando, and it's kind of fit in very, very well, doing their strategy and also being incredibly fast behind the wheel. So yeah, good effort on that one.
So red line 1-2 at the moment. Car number 2 ahead of car number 1. Then AMG Team Petronas, number 4 car again. The better of the Floyd Burst cars. That Floyd Van Wall car in 4th place. Ahead of 444, which is now up to 5th. Richie Hoyer ahead of AMG Team Williams in 6th place. Tommy Usgaard, Rory McDuff in the pit lane for Alpine as well. Gianmarco Fiducci for Fordzilla is in the pits. Martin Kronke, as you said, out of the pits for number 23 at Porsche Co-Anda team. And there is the 20 car coming down the pit lane on its way out. So, will they have changed? Seems likely they would. Their other sister car did a double and then a double. And in comes the first of the team red line cars to make it stop. So number 2 car is in. Number 1 car rather is in. So will the number 2 car? Yeah, that'll go round another lap.
I think so. It's the next stop, which will be the one where, when it comes to strategy, you can almost be like myself, an idiot, and understand what's going on with the strategy, because obviously the next stop will be roughly around the halfway point, at which point we'll understand whether some of the teams are getting to the point where they need to do that extra stop. If they need to do an extra stop, that'll be the really important one, is that next pit stop. Coming out of the pit lane there was Rory McDuff, who'll obviously go a lap down, the car that we're looking at here, the race leader in the number 2.
Right, so neither red line came in. So which car did come in that I thought was a red line car?
I think it might have been GR Vector, the 86 GR Vector, because it looks exactly the same.
Yeah.
Because obviously
number 5
black
Williams
and red
car is in as well. Yes.
The only colours that we can use in sim racing for the most part are black and red. Gonna get Martin Haven angry on this broadcast.
It's like Martin Haven, Gareth Rees, Formula 3000 here, and it's just, okay, this year's colour is red, everybody must use red. This year's colour is blue, everybody must use blue. Oh, come on.
There they are.
Aha, there you go. So you're absolutely right. It didn't have enough white on it. That's what threw me, because the other Vector car has much more white, yes.
Yeah, I did the season of GB3 this year, and we had the High-Techs and the JHRs, which are both grey with black stripes and red highlights. And it's like, great. Oh, Gianmarco Fedici there having a touch of an issue, trying to get squeezed off just a touch by the, was that the 4? The 4, which one is that? Of the... That'll be going. That'll be upper lap. That'll be the 4 of Jesper Pedersen.
It's triple 4.
It's triple 4. It's still upper lap.
Yeah.
So 966 has been out of the pit lane recently.
Yeah,
it's Alessandro Ottaviani, by the way, not Gianmarco Fedici.
Yeah, that's a driver change at Fordzilla. Roy McDuff was in Alpine, stays in Alpine. No change at Arnage, and no change in the 101 GR Vector either.
Porsche Commander do switch out the second car, so Tommy Osgaard out and Zach Campbell in. So they are using, they're just constantly keeping them switched. Well, I quite like the idea of that.
Yep.
Keeping them all fresh all the time, as much as they can.
Do they not double stint?
Yes, I think
they do. They
so
doubled each, haven't they?
Exactly. So they're doing a double stint, which is about an hour and 10 to an hour and 15.
Yep.
And so you're doing like an hour and 15 minutes and then jumping out of the car, which I like the idea of, because like you're not burning yourself out, but you're also, keeping in the mindset.
Well, and the other thing is whoa, oh dear, Michi Hoyer just, okay, handbrake, tweak it in, full drift there at La Source. I mean, I think he was actually picking up the throttle as he turned in there. Never mind as he got to the apex.
Clearly showing some rallycross experience there.
Yeah, I mean, it probably was.
Oh,
I mean,
here we go.
November Rallycross Grand Prix. Alex Buncombe in the Rocket Sim Sport car.
Number 22 and the number 65. 22 being this one here of the
Warning
Rocket
for no
Sim.
headlights.
65 is the Yannick Lapchan, who's behind the wheel of the Panis Racing Team. No headlights being used.
Really,
you can see
headlights?
that. Yeah, I don't.
I mean, I know it does
it's
now.
It's not dark, but it definitely has headlights on.
It does now. Maybe that's because they were warned that they didn't have their headlights on. Yeah. They were ticked off.
This is it. Well, to be fair, I will say things have been a bit calmer behind the scenes at the moment, and maybe Race Control have dealt with all of their problems, and so to a point, Race Control might be like, right, what else can we pick up on? Who can we?
Well, there are certain things like illuminated door panels that don't necessarily seem obvious all the time, but as the light level starts to drop, then you go, oh, okay, we can't see the number on that car at all, so that becomes a bit of an issue. You just saw the view of Al Buncombe driving his car around in 9th place, so 19th place. Yeah, that's the illuminated door panel there being not quite as legible to my blind eyes as it should be. Leader is in.
Not to hurt anyone's feelings or anything. What was the year when Was it Ferrari? Was it at Le Mans where they had had one of the position lights wasn't on?
Oh yeah.
And they got called back into the pit lane really late in the race.
It does happen. It does happen. And you think, okay, well, really, how much difference can it make? It is part of the rules. They must work. And so teams do have replacement doors because it's not a stick-on panel. The illuminated bit is built into the door. The panel that goes over the top that has the sort of, you know, WEC logo and the number and so on, that is the stick-on bit. But the actual, it's like a light box built into the side of the door. So the quickest way is to unplug the dry brake connector in the door jamb, take the door off because it basically drops onto pins, and put a new one on, slam it, and off you go.
Use mix too, you've got plenty of fuel.
All of these things are time, money and effort to have standing by in preparation at every race, and freight and all the other stuff. So yeah, the higher up the pecking order you are, the more likely you are to have all these things ready to cure these problems at a moment's notice, whether they appear or not.
Yeah. And like I say, it's all that preparation. We don't have that, obviously. It's not too much of a drama in sim racing because you can just come into the pit lane and repair your car. But you do have the odd bit. Brabham Esports then. So it's gone from bad to worse for them. Devin Browner just jumping behind the wheel of the car in the very recent past. And there's a lot of damage on the front end. Is this a technical fault that's sent them off into a barrier? Is it through another car or is it a solo issue?
Yeah, we didn't see anything. We haven't heard in our ears, as opposed to hearing anywhere else. It's been a long day.
Is that like saying that you're the front nose in the car? Where like,
visually you can see, as opposed to audibly you can see, obviously. No, we haven't heard anything about whether or not it was a disconnect or whether he's had a glitch, but I don't think anybody else was involved in that. So that is very unfortunate for the Brabham Esports team.
Big shame. So they were just trying to get themselves a decent result onto the board, and they're having the odd struggle. Has Alpine also had a bit more of a struggle? Is it just because there are so many people going a lot longer than they were? Because they've dropped. They're now in 12th spot. Were they that low after the pit stop?
Have they not just stopped?
They did stop recently, but did they come out that low?
Well, don't forget, you know, the top 6 are just going in now.
That's true. Yes, it probably is the fact they are stopping a lot earlier than everyone else. It's fair enough.
Yeah, no earlier than a lap earlier than Coanda, but yeah, I mean there are other cars that are running longer, and actually, if that comes back to bite them at the end of the race, then
which I think it might. If you're going that aggressive on fuel and strategy, if you're not saving and yet everyone else is, and there's 3 hours 20 minutes left to go, that a lot of these teams still might be at the point where they might actually be able to save themselves potentially a stop. If not, they're just going to be shrinking that final stop, even if they do have to come in, which they'll be coming into the pit lane the same amount of times as everyone.
Let's pray, you never know.
They'll be stationary for less time because it'll require less fuel.
And maybe not even changing a set of tyres. Like even if you've done a double, you might just be like, well, there's only 3 laps left to go, so let's just leave these tyres on, just struggle with them, sticking with 3 laps of fuel. And you will save yourself at that point 20 seconds roughly for the tyre change, and then also a little bit of the fuel in the pit lane as well. The number 1 coming down in the pit lane, unwisely informed, there might be a driver, but everyone knows behind the wheel of this car.
Max Benecki.
I'm told it's Max Verstappen.
Well, Max Benecki came in, and so...
One Max for one Max.
Yeah, exactly. So heading out. So Porsche Coanda back to 1-2, and then behind them you can see the next 7 cars all peeled in. So Team Redline number 2 was the better placed.
I thought so too. Okay, let's focus.
That is in 3rd place. Max Verstappen does come out in 4th place, ahead of the 63 AMG Team Petronas car, and then 18 R8G. So Roman Grosjean up to 6th position. Now we saw him battling for 16th at the end of the last stint.
Obviously yet to stop right now, but still struggling with those tyres, still desperate to try and keep on. We might actually have that little bit. I think Verstappen's out a little bit too far ahead. But again, the battle that I've been told that we need to
what was that at the side of the track? Yeah, there was a stationary Porsche. Was that a Project 1 car, or InSpeed or Project 1? One of the pale cars.
I think it was InSpeed that I saw at the top of shot. It was InSpeed, we're being told.
InSpeed indeed. Okay.
InSpeed indeed. Oh, goodness.
Yeah. Okay, so let's just have a little. Oh, I've hit something on my screen that I didn't want to do. I was going to say,
it's been activated.
No, I know. Let's chart the. Oh, here we go. Now all over the shop. let's.
I'll talk through this replay at wind speed whilst you sort out the live timing over there. See what happens as they come down into no name, just dropping the rear end, already on turning. Obviously rear end struggling just a touch, tapping the barrier ever so slightly, not too heavy, so it should be okay. But as he turned in, the rear end was like, no, thank you, and it's just gone out to the barrier. It's so easy to do.
So that's no longer no name. That is now officially the Jackie X curve.
Jackie X curve, or it used to be Speaker. This is the thing is that for a corner with no name, it's got a lot of names.
Well, it used to be called Speaker's Corner because it was the only one that you could see through the trees from the old commentary position, but track speaker's position. Ooh, Tuukka Häkkinen on the inside of the Aston Martin and just wriggle room just enough to go by Jimmy Nisula, who apparently is doing the entire race in that satellite racing Aston Martin. They are going to have to cut their third stint short, though, so that he does not exceed the 180-minute margin, which will be coming up in
17 minutes and 13 seconds. I would take a wild guess.
Yep. So they will have to come in before the end of 3 hours.
Yeah, which should be okay. I mean, even if you pitted with, it would be too close for me, but 3 hours and 1 minute left to go, you should be able to get into the box, and then like that should be fine. But then again, I wouldn't put it that close. It's not worth it.
The penalty is much more severe for overrunning your time than you're going to lose by stopping a lap conservatively. But again, you're not going to win this category by being conservative in any department. So, you know, that's the balance, isn't it? It's not the fear of making the mistake, it's the confidence to press it right to the very limit. And that, I mean, that's motor racing, isn't it? You know, you don't fear the consequences of it going wrong, you push yourself to take the advantage of it going right.
Well, it's the I heard it when I was watching the Olympic Games, of course, and in that there was a cycling race. It was in the women's cycling race, and they said to win a race like of that level, or at any level really, and this does work in motor racing as well, to be prepared to win, you also have to be prepared to lose in the same breath. And that's the kind of like the thing, is that to really think about that is that you have to sometimes throw something at the wall, and you know that might not even be the win, that might even just be to get a podium or whatever, but to try that, sometimes you've got to really risk it, and you've got to be ready to come out with nothing.
Well, the simple fact of the matter is, unless you are having one of those purple seasons, you lose almost all the time in motorsport, and that makes the very occasional wins absolutely exceptional, and, you know, so much to be celebrated. So this battle comes into the pit lane, and to all intents and purposes should continue. So Häkkinen and Nisula, the two Finns coming in together.
And obviously Nisula will be out of the car now.
And so Nisula's out of the car, but they are really the first front runners in GTE to have stopped. So 77 Proton Coanda, by the way, has just set the fastest race lap. 2 minute 13.6. No, that's
Whoa,
not.
BS competition. There was BS competition, the GR Vector car just coming through there. You've got the 44 also coming through in the background, the ARC Bratislava, as we're focused on.
What just happened there between the two red line cars?
Not red line, that is, again, was it the red line car?
Was that not 2 and 1? Yeah.
Oh yeah, it was. Yeah, it was. So it wasn't a GR Vector. So it was William. Sorry, it was BS competition and the other red line car. I thought it was GR Vector because it was just sort of like out of nowhere. The second one, the 86 of that. But yeah, I think it must have been the BS competition BMW that was also involved in that, going through pit path.
Okay, well, again, Rocket Sport's getting a lot of love from the cameras here this weekend so far. Al Buncombe and the GR Vector Esports car right in front of him.
He's doing a solid job again on pace. Al Buncombe is not. he's done his fair share of sim racing. He's done, I'd say, probably done more sim racing than a lot of pros, to be perfectly honest.
But he is more a pro racing driver than renowned for being a sim racer.
Yeah,
but
big time.
Yeah, he's doing a good job on harassing Liam Duval.
By the way, just to update, Bennett's last lap, the one of the number 2 Team Redline car, was a 2-minute 6.4 plays, roughly mid 2 minutes that everyone else was doing. I took Martin Cronk 2-minute flat 0.4.
Right, so let's
2-minute flat 0.4 again.
Let's have a look, gallery. We've seen you sitting there doing nothing. Let's have a look at what happened with the 2 Redline
I think
cars.
John Monroe. I think John Monroe's the one rushing around on that one.
Yeah.
If possible.
You say rushing, he's probably out having a fag and a coffee, is he?
he's a very relaxed dude. Let's see what happened then on the replay. So you've got coming through here, this is Bennett.
Yeah.
And then you've got the BS competition, got into the rear of him.
Oh, he hit him.
Straight into the rear. And then you'll see Verstappen come through now.
Okay. All right, well, that was, just 2 into 1. Doesn't quite go. Well done, boys. Thank you very much indeed for that. So Max gets basically a free pass there, courtesy of a mistake by his teammate, so up to 3rd place. So the 2 Redline cars still 3rd and 4th, but the number 1 car now ahead of the number 2. And that's back to how they were early in the race.
Yep.
Yeah.
And it's still the 2 Porsche Commanders out 17 seconds ahead of Max Verstappen at the moment. There's a long gap up the order to Zach Campbell and Martin Cronker. But again, when it comes to strategy and stuff, that can definitely open itself up later on in the race. We might see them being caught back.
Well, never mind later in the race. Last time round, Martin Cronker, the leader, 2 minutes 2.5, 2 minutes 0.3 for Zach Campbell in 2nd place. 2 minutes 0.1 for Max Verstappen in 3rd. So Max 26.3 seconds back. Yeah, okay, 2.5 seconds lost on that lap, but Max is pretty relentless in traffic as well. You know, it is a little bit like knowing that there is a great white shark chasing you. You have to swim like the devil.
Wasn't it navigating lap traffic that Max Verstappen crashed out of Le Mans Virtual, obviously back in January? It was coming up towards the first, the Ford chicanes. I think he was on the inside of a bit of traffic and then took too much of the curb on the left and then went out into the barrier.
Yep.
I think it was about 8 hours into the race. And so, obviously trying to bounce back from that one, obviously get himself ready for Le Mans Virtual also. Hopefully we'll see him for Sebring also. I'm not sure, obviously a lot of teams, they need to field a pro driver at some point throughout the season. Now quite a lot of them have already, obviously Team Redline now have, but it means that we might see an awful lot of pros out in Sebring to get the team ready.
Where they're
for
running out
Le
of
Mans
opportunities to
Virtual.
do that, aren't they? Because that's what we've got.
Yeah, and only one more round after this before we get to the big race of the season. One more race of the year after this. My goodness.
Absolutely. Well, of this calendar year, yes,
exactly.
absolutely right.
Wow, it's, this year's flown by. Now that I'm thinking of that, it's like, oh right, we're at the start of November. Oh,
well, and Ben will be back for that one because I should be in Salt Lake City.
Yes.
So that's, I mean, that's how late in the year we're getting, boys and girls, because you know, we're still sim racing here in what looks like really lovely conditions at Spa. However, the bobsleigh season is not far away, so ice and snow beckon. Porsche Commander 1-2. But we will watch the progress, and actually Martin Cronker just opening up a little bit more of a margin to Zach Campbell on that last lap. It's gone from 8-point-something to 9.6 seconds, the lead.
Ciekawe, czy kary nie dostanie w numer 2, więc
26.1 back
zdziwiłbym się,
in
jakby nie.
3rd, 27.2 back in 4th is the number 2 Redline car.
That's
then 3 seconds back from him, AMG Team Petronas in 5th place. And what's that? Ooh, over 8.5 seconds back, the number 4 Floyd Van Wall car in 6th. The gap from them to Alpine is about 5 seconds. So Alpine still in the top 10 despite a radically different tyre strategy to most of the other cars. I was going to say around them, but actually in the entire LMP field. And look, here's the frustration when your teammate gets through the traffic and you're sat behind not one but 2 GT cars. You've got to make the pass down the inside here, and you know you have to make the pass, and you show it nice and early, and you just hope that the GT driver has seen that you are coming.
Yeah, it was just a bit of a frustrating moment being on board with Bennett there, but I mean, again, that's when it comes to being in this style of endurance racing. I mean, pretty much anyone on this grid, this is not their first season of doing this style of endurance racing, right? Big kick of oversteer.
27 sekund jesteśmy za nim, a 48 się na drive-thru traci.
You've got to understand when you're in the car. Yes, it's frustrating, but sometimes you just need to, like, yeah, don't worry about it, whatever, just brush it off, just focus on the race, because it's like everyone through this race, you're not going to get through 6 hours without having really, really, like, foul, awkward moments going through traffic. Everyone's going to get them, and it's just making sure that you don't trip over that traffic. Meanwhile, Bennett comes into the pit lane for a drive-through penalty for causing a collision. That'll be, of course, shockingly enough, with BS competition.
And there is the victim of...
That's a teammate.
Oh, yeah, no, sorry, that's the Malika. Is that the third incident that the BS car's been involved in?
Yeah, because obviously they had the
one on lap one with the Porsche, where they were the pivot rather than they were the cue ball rather than the whatever it is that the cue ball hits. And yeah, 2 more incidents. I think they've been hit both times.
Yeah, they've not had a great round. BS
having said that, back up sort of towards the top 10 again. So Michele D'Alessandro from Marla in 4th place. And again, their race, basically, they selected reverse. I know, didn't they? Selected go at the start, didn't they? Got up to 2nd into La Source and are still challenging.
Kurczę, a byłem tuż za numerem 1, nie? W moich 2 stintach. No i nawet się teraz jadą 30 sekund przed nami. Troszkę się tutaj nam posypało.
Just saw Bennett out of pit lane there. Lost the 61 seconds reversal time in pit lane. You lose about, compared to the guys on track, you lose about 45 seconds when it comes to the actual time that you lose by going through pit lane. RHG and Yazheep Veloce going to switch over positions here, and RHG moving up the position. That's 11th spot now, so just inside the top 10. Team Redline remain, but they've got a bit of pressure on their shoulders. Who's about that? I'm going to say Marcel Cintic without looking. It is Marcel Cintic. The speed and the aggression is recognisable with the Hungarian, and he is rapid. I genuinely didn't know, by the way. I was scrolling through my live time, and that's not me just being like, oh, you know, trying to be a clairvoyant of some description. Yeah. I'm all right. No one believes me. All right, fair enough. Well, you'll be able to find out how many of those questions right Chris McCarthy got in about 6 minutes.
Excellent.
I can guarantee I'm not getting 15.
Well, now I don't know if
nie ma szans na deszcz.
if he's going to tell us.
Była szansa na początku wyścigu, teraz już nie będzie wiadomo.
I just really want to beat Chris.
Yeah. Well, I got more than a fluky 1.5 this time, so I'm happy. 77 makes the move and sticks it.
That was very odd from from Gasner. I think he was trying to lift to allow Dane Warren to come through. And
yeah, we checked. He was doing 70.
The
I don't know how that's something.
You know, it's the old stuff that I can remember this from many years ago. After a huge shunt in a 6-hour race at Brands Hatch, Jochen Mass came on the circuit PA, was being interviewed, and he said, listen, I just want to, he survived a crash, a huge crash at Clearways, and he said, I just want to say to everybody out there, if there is traffic coming up behind you, please, whatever you do, just stay on the racing line. Don't try and do us a favour, because if you go off the racing line, we have no idea where you're going next.
Absolutely.
And, you know, and that's the same deal. I'll just lift here for him. No, because he's not expecting it.
Unless it's on a straight where they've got a slight overlap, then lift to let it. Yeah, absolutely.
But you just stay on the racing line and keep your speed up. Give the guy behind a fighting chance. You know, and I don't care if it's a multiple world champion in a much quicker car. If you are on a predictable trajectory, he's got a chance of driving around you. If you're meandering all over the road like a learner, then you're causing accidents. You're not helping anybody, least of all yourself or your teammates. So, yeah, it's always the deal. Stay on the racing line. At least then they know where you're off to.
Yeah, like I say, it's the most predictable position that you can go too, because like I say, as an LMP, if you're coming up to the back of a GT and you've said to them, stay on the racing line, and then you stay on the racing line, they know exactly where you're going to be at any moment through that corner, which means that they can decide what they will do. And it's the always in this style of race, it's the higher category, so in this case the LMP's responsibility to lap cleanly at all times. The only exception to that is if the car they're lapping does something inherently unpredictable, which would be diverting from the race line. As long as the GT does that, then it is entirely down to the LMPs to make their way through cleanly and safely.
Absolutely right, and you know, in that instance, if there is contact between a quicker car and a slower car, again the stewards will not just look at who hit whom, but why and where each of the cars were respective to what you might reasonably anticipate to be going to happen. And again, you know, if somebody comes off the throttle early and gets on the brakes early and you run into the back of him because you are still wide open at 190 miles an hour or 160 miles an hour, you know, in the tiny blink of an eye that it takes you to register that it's happened, you've hit him, then the stewards are not necessarily going to find you culpable because somebody else has changed what could reasonably be expected. So you're right, it is inherent on Marcel Cincic here to make the move cleanly on Luke Bennett. And Luke Bennett sticks on the racing line, and Cincic just didn't quite have enough grip there and can't quite come by, but now he's going to try and box him in behind the Porsche, and is that going to work? No, the Porsche goes to the apex, but now will drift out wide, and so Cincic actually might have the run here. No.
Oh, to be fair, Cincic played that.
Yeah,
knowing, okay,
didn't force it because the Porsche was going to be the one that got fired off there.
I know how aggressive Marcel Cincic has. I've commentated on him enough. He's a very, very aggressive driver. That was really well read because it was, again, thinking about the next day. Realistically, could have got to the outside of that Porsche and tried to go around the outside of the X-Cab whilst making it 3 wide because you know what Bennett's going to do. Decided, actually, that's a really stupid idea. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to back off and I'm going to try and fight you later on in traffic. That is the mentality that we want to see because, again, it is using your brain when coming through traffic, which is easier said than done.
Yeah, because, you know, the adrenaline is pumping and thumping and you're just trying to make the move. So, again, you know, having consideration for what else is around you is all part of it, isn't it? Whether it's quicker stuff or slower stuff. And in that case, the Porsche potentially had the option to open up an attack on Luke Bennett, but in the end, it didn't quite work the way that Marcel Cincic wanted. So he comes back to the attack, starts another lap right behind the car in 10th place. And of course, Luke Bennett down there in 10th because of that unintentional contact with the back of the BMW at Piff Paff about 8 or 10 laps ago now, which caused him to be awarded a drive-through penalty. So the RHG driver now heading down into Eau Rouge. Key here is to be clean and clinical for Eau Rouge and not to lose too much ground on the way through there, so you get a good slingshot up the straight. And this is where he's perfectly poised, still in the tow. There he breaks through the wake, but by that stage the job is done, and Luke Bennett recognised that. Meanwhile,
Pescarolo making a move.
Yeah, and is that a change of position? Yes, it is, ahead of the Ass Heat car.
Got to say, I said it earlier, I don't know how this makes you feel, but that Pescarolo, the youngest average age of any lineup in Le Mans virtual history, an average age of 17 between the three of them. Again, said it before on the broadcast, incredible young talent between a lot of them. Makes me feel very old.
Average age of 17. Yeah, that's
16, 17 and 18 between them.
Excellent. Well, at least there are no 9-year-olds in there, but you know, that day will come. That day will definitely come. 3 hours in and 3 hours down here in the 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps. It started in beautiful conditions and nicely judged through the first corner as well. Everybody in LMP keeping their noses clean. GTE, though, it all went wrong for BS and for the Project 1 car right on the opening lap as they made contact. BS qualified strongly, but then turned around the 777 car and got collected by more prototypes. And in the prototype battles, while Porsche Coanda headed out front, everybody else was left to squabble in multi-car packs. Team Redline working their way through. And most of the prototypes starting on the medium tyre, but Team Alpine going with the softs. RAG's number 18 car working its way through from what was a less than favourable qualifying position, and Vector trying to struggle their way out from the bottom of the top 20 as well. Ideal conditions all the way through. 26 degrees of track temperature, 20 degrees of air temperature. Not bad for Belgium in November. It could well be an average summer day, but it has given us the opportunity to watch some fantastically close racing. Here is a classic example. Again, down into La Source, the inside pass for position, neatly executed. In the GT class,
Mid to
just as
zeros.
much going on.
Ciężej somehow has delay to
Aston
0.0 last
looking pretty consistent and battling towards the podium, but it has been Porsche out front for much of the race, with BMW BS again getting caught out by what was then the third placed number 2 car from Team Redline. Max Verstappen in the 1 car, happening upon that incident and gladly taking third place. Number 2 then taking a drive-through penalty, which dropped him down to the bottom of the top 10. So 3 hours in, 3 hours still to go, and Porsche Coanda remain 1-2. Max Verstappen in third in Team Redline's number 1 car, bringing the margin down well under 20 seconds now. AMG Team Petronas, Floyd Van Wall and Alpine complete the top half dozen. There have been a couple of technical issues in the LMP field, which unfortunately has sidelined Axel and it seems Williams Esports as well. And looks as though Brabham is joining that short list of no longer competing cars. 25th place overall. Current leader in GTE is in fact D-Station's Aston Martin, as we cycle through the GTE pit stops from the 77 Proton Coanda car with BMW Team Redline's number 71 car that started on pole in third place from the ProDrive Aston Martin. But we are in the middle of that pit stop sequence, so we will see quite a number of driver changes, because there's a couple of cars where the drivers have got right to the end of their 3-hour maximum stint. So it is 23 that leads outright. Lewis McGlade has gone off to ignominiously fail to answer quite enough questions in the picture quiz, and we're rejoined by the ebullient Chris McCarthy. Chris, full 15 for you as well?
13 and a half.
13 and a half out of 15. Okay, that's excellent stuff.
So there you go. Not bad, right? Easy.
Not bad at all.
I thought I'd leave a couple in there, you know.
Well, unfortunately, it was all. It's like in a Popmaster specialist questions. Girl bands or hits since 2000? No, neither of those, please. It was all a bit like that, I'm afraid, for me. So I needed some more older stuff. Anyway, back to the case in hand. Porsche Coanda, why are they so dominant?
Well, are they on another strategy is what the talk is upstairs, and what we have our guys working on for us.
Well, yeah, but they're not D-Station, just so they're in from the GTE lead.
Are they going to need to do an extra pit stop is the question.
Well, the question is now, 3 hours to go, can anybody just squeeze through by doing one fewer than any of their rivals? It seems unlikely in the front runners.
We have John upstairs working on it for us, but
John upstairs, excellent.
But yeah, it's going to be. Oh, okay.
Porsche Coanda number 23 leader change, but he was the leader before, no?
By 6.7 seconds.
Yeah, from Zach Campbell. Yeah. Okay, well. I don't think there has been a lead change. We'll see as we get to Les Combes,
but back to what we were saying,
Sector 1, if there is a change.
The talk is, are they going to need to do an extra stop at the end, because they are stopping earlier than the others?
Yeah, but only a lap or two. But they've been doing that right from the very beginning.
Exactly. Yeah.
And I'm not sure that 2 laps of Spa is enough to eliminate. You know. If the gap, if it was they were 2 laps earlier in the first stint, 3 in the next, 4, then 5, then 6 laps, but they're not. They're still only 2 laps earlier, so nobody's actually gaining any more on them, and yet they've, you know, have they just gone, okay, we're going to sacrifice a lap's worth of fuel? Okay, so that's Martin Kronke, the leader, is in the pit lane.
Yeah.
Have they just gone, okay, in the opening stint, we're going to turn the wick up to 11, give it everything, get some distance between us and the rest, then we're going to just lay out and spend the next 5 hours gradually saving enough fuel to get that 1 lap back in the penultimate stop.
Yeah.
But we've still got the gap. We can maintain that and save fuel. If you don't have the gap, if you're chasing, you can't save fuel as efficiently as if you're ahead.
Possibly.
Do you know what I mean?
No, possibly because the first stint they were very quick,
Yeah.
right at the end of the stint.
Yeah.
So we'll have to wait and see.
Did we just see a change for position?
Alpine.
No,
we
no,
are seeing on screen, but
in the GT, I'm now trying to find where the Aston Martin was. Why can't I see it? Because I'm going.
well, Marla
satellite
is
there.
right,
And, so yeah, Kevin Stolzer did get by David Pittard. So David Pittard in the satellite. I haven't mentioned him, so I'm assuming that he's been in since the start of the last stint. So yeah, so Michele D'Alessandro for Marla was getting ahead of David Pittard. That was a change for 6th place. Yeah.
Correct.
Panis, threading the eye of the needle. Why is that Porsche going so slowly?
That was brave.
Why is that Porsche going so slowly again? Is that his outlap? He's just come out of the pit lane, hasn't he? That's Martin Kronke. That's why I'm sort of slightly surprised that he is so slow still up the Kemmel Straight. But of course, they're coming through Eau Rouge with a lot more speed than he came out of the pit lane. So 20 is in as well, which means that Red Line's Max Verstappen will take the lead. Here he is, shown in 2nd place on the side panel, and that will change to 1st place as he comes across the line. As he exits timing sector 1. So Zach Campbell stops. So far the routine for Porsche Coanda has been that they've double stinted their drivers all the way through. That's the end of Zach Campbell's first stint in the car, also the end of Martin Kronke's first stint in the car. So Kronke stayed in, expect Zach Campbell to stay in. Rory McDuff stops for Alpine. So this is the end of his 2nd stint. So Team Redline leads. Number 2 car is in for Redline, is it then?
And there is Max, you can see on screen.
Well, yeah, but Conda is probably going to catch us.
He's as focused as ever, isn't he? And again, you see busy hands. Look, you could just watch. Nice, soft and relaxed hands, but there was just a little grab of opposite lock there as the car just sort of walked away from him. Flicks it down a couple of gears as he get into Bruxelles.
I do find it great that esports is providing someone like Max Verstappen a chance to race at the highest level in esports.
RAG is very fast, they could still catch us.
I see it the other way around, actually. Even more beneficial is that all these guys who have raced in esports for years get to race the reigning Formula 1 world champion. I mean, because you can't do that any other way.
No.
You just can't do that, and yet you can meet him on equal terms in this racing format. So I think that's, you know, it's a little bit like, you know, when you get a superstar doing the Formula Ford Festival or something like that. You know, normal mere mortals can race against somebody that for 20 other weeks of the year they can only see operating at this elite level on TV. You know, I think it, you know, that's the, we talk about this, or I've talked about this so many times, about the benefit of sim racing is that it is really democratizing. It is so cheap to start. You can start on almost no money at all, and you know, you don't need millions and millions to be able to have the same equipment as the Formula 1 world champion. Okay, you might not have the same backup or the knowledge or the experience or the touch or the ability, but you can go out and race against them, and that's the great thing about it.
Yeah, it is absolutely fantastic. Look, if you're new to Le Mans Virtual and someone like Max Verstappen has brought you here for the first time, we are running a competition which maybe could help you get your career in sim racing started as well, thanks to our partners Thrustmaster, where you can win a T128 steering wheel. There are a series of codes hidden on the Le Mans Virtual and Traction social media channels. The more codes you find, the more chances you have of winning a fantastic next generation Thrustmaster T128 wheel. Head to the pin post on the Le Mans Virtual Twitter to find out how you enter your codes. You might even find one in the YouTube and Twitch chats using the command Thrustmaster. So do get involved in that, and you can kickstart your career in esports racing.
Well, we've seen
Do liderów nie nadrobił, nie ma
we've
szans.
seen drivers
Do nas
competing
może
like
nadrobił,
Jacques
ale do liderów
Villeneuve
nie.
on like a joystick in,
Yeah.
in elite level sim racing over lockdown and all sorts. So again, you know, don't imagine that you need to spend thousands of dollars or thousands of euros on a setup to be competitive. You don't. It's not. You know, all of those little elements add a little bit more, but they're not absolutely
That's
necessary.
what we were talking about, Turka Hakkinen's. That's what me and Lewis remembered it quite well, actually, that his setup was sort of he sort of put it together with wood, didn't he?
Yeah.
And just put everything in there. It wasn't something that he'd gone out and bought. It was self-made, definitely.
Why, when we did the WTCR,
Now it looks really nice, I have to say.
we
So
did
he's
the
clearly-
WTCR Championship a couple of years ago at the beginning of lockdown, and there were drivers there that had a steering wheel literally clamped to their kitchen table.
Yeah.
You know, and
Yeah.
and all of that. You know, okay, Tom Coronel had one that had like smoke things on, so every time he did something fantastic, he sort of like threw smoke up in the air. But I mean, that's Tom because he's a showman. But
Yeah.
but there was literally everything between something you borrowed from your neighbour's kids, hello Ted Björk, to, you know, clamped to your kitchen table, to a sort of a clearly more well-used, you know, and slightly more professional-looking rig. And these guys, you know, these are professional racing drivers who don't have the time, but a lot of the time, you know, have the wherewithal to buy kit, and still, you know, are cobbling stuff together. I mean, it's not like Jacques Villeneuve can't afford a seat in a rig. He just liked to do it on a joystick, on literally, you know, on a PlayStation controller. So I mean, it's, you know, you can do it. You can do it. It's okay. You know, and the more you get into it, and the closer and closer and closer you get to the very top, the more you do need that kit, but you don't need it to start. And again, you know, yesterday we had the last public race for the Le Mans Virtual Cup, and again that will come around next year for the Le Mans Virtual Series. You can go and you can set your fast laps, you can qualify to go into the Le Mans Virtual Cup, and the top point scorers at the end of the season will be given a drive in the Le Mans 24 Hours Virtual. So, you know, it is an absolutely bargain bucket way of getting into a proper pro run crewed car. You know, it's a great opportunity that doesn't exist in the real world.
No, not at all. It's a fantastic opportunity, that Le Mans Virtual Cup, and as I said, it's now, of course, the next round is just for the top 30 in the points, but it's something that I'm sure would be looked to brought back again next year, and do keep an eye on it. But in the meantime, R-Factor 2, there's plenty of other things that are run on that platform which you can get involved in the meantime, and get yourself ready for when the Le Mans Virtual Cup rolls round again next winter.
Battle for 8th place. You're looking at the grey car Yasheet chasing down 65, the Panis racing car. Just trying to remember, and I probably need to Google this, what year Olivier Panis was born. I'm guessing 1965. I can't think otherwise. The only other reason...
Is that just because of the number on the car?
Yeah, the only other reason I can think of that Panis racing cars would always have 65 on is the department number in France. So, for instance, Yvan Muller was always 68 because that's the number of the department of France where he's from. 2nd of December 66. Okay, so we now need to look at what département is 65 in France. It's the first two numbers of the 5-digit sort of zip code that they have. So Le Mans is 72. Paris, Central Paris is 75, and so on and so on. So, yeah, okay, yeah, there's all sorts of reasons. Okay, so it's not his year of birth, in the same way that 100 on Ivan Muller's touring car is not his actual age. Team Redline still leading and has made 4 stops. Okay, so now how many laps ago did the Porsches stop for their 5th stop? Should have really made a note of that, shouldn't we? Because that might actually be quite interesting, that the #1 Redline car is in fact now, well, it's now in the group with AMG and Floyd Van Wall, that the 2 AMG cars, the 2 Floyd cars, that are going to go in as a clump. But that lap count between when the Porsches stopped and everyone else stops seems to be growing larger. So maybe they are still hemorrhaging laps. Oracle Red Bull under pressure from the R8G Ferrari. So Ferrari winning for the very first time in Monza, the first time in the Le Mans Series Virtual that they have claimed an overall GT win.
I was going to say, these are the 2 race winners from this season, aren't they? Battling for 9th and 10th. Who would have thought that?
Well, and what different fortunes they had at Monza. 99 came backwards into the Rettifilio on lap 1. It was actually tagged before the start line into a spin and just shot backwards through the field, and the Ferrari ended up winning the race. So yeah, and then here they are, sort of both together in the middle of the field, in the middle of the pack.
P1 Esport a little bit further up the road are having to deal with the likes of SF Velas and the Mahler team as well in another very close battle all going on.
You can see the satellite Aston right there, the white car with the red and blue. So that is just ahead of Sim Maranello, and right behind them is the Oracle Red Bull Porsche, and then the R8G Ferrari. So you got, what's that, 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th. That's the bottom half of the top 10, basically.
There we go. Oh. That's Maranello diving down the inside.
And that is #1 into the pit lane. Yes, it is. Max Verstappen stops. Right, I'm going to make a note of this. That's lap 94 for Max, so we'll wait and see. And who comes in behind him? AMG are in as well.
The last 40 minutes.
Pedersen for Floyd Van Wall is in as well. Okay, so the story is that Redline have gone 1 lap longer on each stop than Porsche Coanda.
Okay.
So that's 2, end of 1, end of 2, end of 3, end of 4, end of 5. So that's 5 laps they should have gained. That should be a 6th here.
Move that. Yeah. That's the AAA going past Satellite. They've had a bit of a bad lap here, losing 2 spots.
But it sort of comes and goes with Satellite. You know, they've been as high as 4th and as low as 12th. And that's, you know, again, that just shows how tough it is to race in, well, I was going to say in this class, in this field, in either of the 2 classes. Because if your tyres are going away, if you're on a second stint set of tyres compared to a fresher set for the car behind, then you're always going to be hemorrhaging time. And then, of course, you should hopefully get it back next time round.
And P1 Esport lost 4th as well. SF Velas and Mahler both going past as well. So they've dropped to 6th place in GT.
Right, so have they just not quite got the driver speed on board?
Yeah, that's
or are they on older tyres? Or
it might have been traffic or just a move done.
#1 car comes back out front, or back out in 3rd place, but Martin Cronker leads Zach Campbell.
Yeah.
And the gap remains pretty consistent at the front of the P class as the Fordzilla car goes by 51 SF Velas. VS competition car, that white and green, that's the Mahler car, isn't it? The white and green car. That is 4 position behind the Ferrari, and behind him is the P1 Esport Porsche. So the orange nose on the Porsche as we ride on board with the Marla BMW. So the Ferrari gets away a little from that slow speed corner, but then of course he was picking up the throttle as we were still completing our rotation around the corner. Now let's see, as we come out of Eau Rouge, here comes the BMW. He had a nice clean run there, Michele D'Alessandro. Kevin Stolzer in front is a little bit dead in the water, and there should be enough maybe for the Marla car to show its nose on the inside. No, he doesn't think so. Great audio on board. I mean, that, you know, it's all, you know, the different layers, the sound, the look of it, the shading, everything. You know, you can think back to the early Polygon days of Gran Turismo, and just what a different planet these sims are on now. Wholly enveloping.
I need some sort of a protest code
nothing to the Ferrari here. Porsche is just dropping away a fraction behind, as you can see. And traffic is not going to help the Porsche here either.
And quite a few of the LMP teams coming out of the pits. Floyd Van Wall, AMG team Williams, RIG as well. Next few, and also Yas Heat. So we'll see where they slot into. And that will mean pretty much everyone's done at least 5 pit stops, except for RIG.
Czytanie, żeby na telefonie sprawdziła, może co?
They're on 4, but everyone else has done at least 5 stops.
So they also stop, and they might be in, they should be in this lap.
Surely, yeah.
Meanwhile, Proton Coanda leading from BMW Red Line. So getting a little bit busy there. Fordzilla just trying to hold their own ahead of Team Redline and R8G. 18 is in the pit lane now, so there is the Fordzilla car. We're on board with the number 2 machine, Luke Bennett. This car was third, had an incident that he then picked up a penalty for, and he is currently, as you can see, down in 11th place.
Having to get back through after that penalty.
Yeah. But look at the way he hoovered up Alessandro Ottaviani in front of him in the Fordzilla car. He had a good clean run through Eau Rouge, over Rédillon, and then the slipstream. You know, first of all, he's got that momentum, and then the slipstream just hoovers him up as well. What it actually does is it starts to slow down the car in front and speed up the car behind, so you get that double impact, that double closing effect. If you've ever sat behind a truck on the motorway, you'll know exactly how that feels. Back with Marla. Again, good run out of Eau Rouge. He's going to have to go the long way around the outside, though, isn't he?
Yeah, it's
RHG, isn't it?
Yeah. 2 winners this season, and RHG round the outside there. That's going to be 7th place for them. Made that look very easy. Certainly wouldn't have felt it in the car, though. RHG, good move there from Alex Smoliar, FIA Formula 3 race winner this season.
Well, the other thing there with Alex is that you've got to trust the guy on the inside not to just turn you into a spin.
Yeah.
You know, in the end, in the long run, it won't benefit him if he does, but you've got to try and give him enough room to survive so that you can survive as well. And so for both guys, you know, you're up against somebody who's lapping at the same pace as yourself. You know that the chances are he's going to need to keep his wits about him, and you sort of gamble on that being the case. 77 in the pits, Dane Warren, race leader for Proton Coanda.
Comes in, okay, so that's lap 88 there coming in.
Yeah, so BMW Team Redline are pole sitters. They led the first couple of hours, and then the 77 car has just sort of chiseled its way into contention. And the question is that entirely artificial or not?
The thing is, they stop on the hour every time, essentially. Or, you know, roughly they'll just stop on the hour. Proton, as you can see, are not doing that. So where does the...
Yeah, but hang on a minute. You say they stop on the hour.
Where does the extra stop come?
We've got 2.5 hours left, so we're half an hour into the race. We're 26 minutes in, past the hour. So the stint is longer than an hour.
They're going to... I don't know. They're going to try... It's hard to say, really.
Well, I seem to think that the first GT stops was sort of about an hour and 2 or an hour and 3 minutes. But that does mean that you have to you can't in GT. You can't save a stop. Because
I don't know.
If it's a 6-hour race, if they're only doing 55-minute or 58-minute stints, then there's the option to somehow try and stretch one so you can, or each stop so you can make it an hour. But if you can easily do an hour, and everybody can do an hour, you can't save a stop. Because you've got to save an hour's worth of running to not feel. You can't. It can't be done. So GTE here is absolutely, all bets are off, first to the flag, fast as you can possibly go.
Yeah.
Now, in the prototype class, it's different because they can't run an hour. They're doing more than half, they're doing less than one. So in there somewhere, there's an awful lot of potential for somehow shortening up your last stop to make a difference. But we're now halfway in, and more than halfway in. We're into the second half of the race. If you're a minute behind, you need something very, very big in terms of strategy over some very, very, very good rivals to get that minute back.
Yeah.
You've got to be sitting taking on a minute less fuel or 30 seconds less fuel. That's a lot of laps saved. Now, what you're looking at is potentially, if Redline can do that, what are they doing? Let's say they're going to do, we've done 6 stops in 3 hours 20. So let's say they're going to do 9 stops. If you're saving a lap on the previous 8, you've saved 8 laps worth of sitting stationary. And if you're 16 seconds behind, that's enough to make enough of a difference. So it may not be that you don't have to stop, but how long you have to stop for on the last stint is sort of where, that's the metric they're aiming for. And all of that stuff that you and I sit here going, hang on a minute, how's that going to happen? Max does that in his head at 200 miles an hour, and so does Lewis, and so do all of those guys, because the actual driving takes so little of their overall mental ability that they can do all the arithmetic and the long divisions. They don't even have to think about it. It's just an instinct at this stage, at this level. And so automatically they just look at it and go, okay, so we need to do that, that, and that. Oh, do we? Yeah. Okay, great.
Yeah.
Right, okay, fine. And that's the level that Max and the engineers, and all those drivers and engineers in Formula 1 operate at. At a level that you and I couldn't approach if we had all week to come up with the strategy.
Yeah.
Because we don't know what we're doing, and they absolutely do. And then they also go out and drive like this as well. So it's not just the pit wall brain; they're doing it all while relentlessly battering out the lap times.
Yeah, and you've got to remember the amount of preparation that goes in, that he's used to putting into races. There's no doubt there's going to be some carryover into that as well.
I would love to know, actually, at what stage, leading up to this race, this week and last week, did he manage to get simulator hours in? I'd just love to know, just out of, and I'm sure all the fans would, just out of pure interest, where does that, where from Mexican Grand Prix to racing, where's the time? First of all, you had to get back. Or be somewhere else or whatever, and then you have to spend the time, and it's the middle of the night or the middle of the day or whatever it is on your bike. Everybody else would just be lying in bed going, oh, I'm still, I don't know where I am, whatever. Just how do they do it? Just how do they do it? It's just, they're insane. I mean, they're genuine. I mean, not, they're just astonishing the way that these drivers can. And I don't really make much differentiation between the sim drivers here and the real-world drivers, because guys like Martin Cronk and Zach Campbell, they're doing all that same stuff. They're having those conversations in their headset while they're driving something they can't even feel. Do you know what I mean? I mean, it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be doable by a normal person. So clearly, it's not doable by a normal person. And as much as they would argue, well, no, I am just a normal person, they're just not quite the same as other normal people. They've got a little something extra going on, and that's what makes the difference. That's, and that whole thing, that's what makes sport so fantastically fascinating. Whatever sport you're into, these people are just different in some way, and this is no different at all to any other sport. on that.
Absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, Porsche Commander, 7/10 apart.
They're
Now,
very
this is the closest these cars have been since they, in fact, since before.
I'd say for a long, long time.
Yeah.
They weren't even that close on the grid. Okay, now we're going to see a replay of what?
Oh, GT is spanning in a rush. Oh my god, he's so lucky.
By RAG.
He made contact with the
Okay,
wall, but I
now-
don't think that's gonna be damage.
That's put him
Again,
He's so
30
fucking lucky.
seconds behind Porsche,
yeah, I was
10
wondering.
seconds behind AMG.
I was wondering why that gap had opened up. So there are two things going on here while I was busy down a rabbit hole. How did the Porsches get within a second of each other? And what happened to Max? And we've just seen what happened to Max. But how did the Porsches get within a
must have
second of each
flat
other? They were not acres apart. It was about 6 or 7 seconds, but it was 6 or 7 seconds, not 6 or 7 tenths, which is what it is now. So has Zach Campbell just suddenly found something? Did Martin Kroenke get badly held up? Did he have an incident like we've just seen?
Well, last time round they
with
were
Max
split by
Verstappen.
1/10. So yeah.
Yeah. It seems unlikely that anything short of some little gravel trappy incident for the race.
Myślę, że to był ten błąd, Mac. Znaczy nie wiem, czy to był jego błąd w
made
sumie, no
that
nie potrzebny
6
Pitekiem
or
ryzykował, ale
7
chyba ten
seconds
GT kabina.
difference. And again,
To był chyba
Max
ten
went
błąd,
from
co miał dać tą
sort of
szansę.
17-ish, 16, 17 seconds behind to 33.
Ale fakt, że tam nie przywalił bardziej w tą bandę.
That sort of doubled the disadvantage, and he's lost
Wow.
another place on the road.
214 on the last lap,
But what
I'll tell you
that
now.
means then is that time lost in that spin, although there may be, let's say, no other damage done to the car, the time lost for that number 1 red line car may put in jeopardy their ability to gain enough back on laps saved to be able to take the battle to Porsche in the closing stages. But we will wait and see, because if this turns into a let's knock each other's doors off, then we could be in for a very interesting end to the race.
There you see 13 seconds lost last time from Max. That was the difference made from that spin.
Yep.
So huge time to make up now. 2 hours and 26 minutes to try and do it in. But they were already trying to chase down the Porsches. And now that job's become a lot harder. AMG Team Petronas next up the road from them. From a championship point of view, they are sitting second. They do
Max is
have
back on the place.
some
AMG Petronas.
No, Team Redline.
Team Redline.
So they do have a 20-point gap over the number 20 car, which sits third, and then the 23 car is back in seventh. So finishing behind them wouldn't be a bad thing, really.
Which of the 2 Vector cars is right behind?
We are using the sort of 25 points system in this race as well, same what we did last time.
That's Liam Duval, isn't it? Liam Duval in 101, that white and black and red Vector car. He's actually trying to get by the Porsches. The Porsches are now in fuel-saving mode. Have they got their carpet slippers on? 2-minute 1.8, 2-minute 1.4. AMG in third, 2-minute 1.8, 2-minute 1.1. Jesper Pedersen in fifth, 2-minute 1.7. So only the Alpine 2 minutes 2 is slower than them in the top 6. But
yeah,
that was close. That was very close in traffic for the number 20 car. That was much too close.
Yeah, Alpine are closing in, aren't they, on AMG Team Williams?
Let's see if we can take a look at that little moment in traffic again for Zach Campbell, because I was looking down at, as always happens, look at the laptop and try and analyse where the lap times are, and suddenly you look up and one of your lead duo is off the road and very nearly in the barriers. Well, that will have taken a little bit of pressure off the lead in Martin Kroenke. Zach Campbell can't afford to be putting the car off the road in traffic.
There, look.
Yeah, but that car is lapped. That is the car. The first car off the lead lap, Liam Duval.
RAG
and he
is only
is
10 seconds
going
behind.
quicker than the leaders and wants to go by. Okay, so who was it?
This was Max again. So trying to get down the inside.
Max.
He thinks there's a gap there. He's gone around the outside.
O, wina
That's
Gietego.
really unfortunate.
Ale
because
oczywiście, no Max
the
bardzo
RAG car just
ryzykowny.
runs wide through the corner.
Well, the RAG car is always going to run wide through the corner, unfortunately. Oh,
wow.
Holy moly.
Who was that?
Oh,
wow.
That's such a nice save, Rejay. That should be a
the
penalty.
other Vector car, wasn't it? The one that or was that number 2? No, it wasn't. That wasn't number 2, was it? That was the other Vector car. Oh, come on, come on.
I think we're about to see a change for 6th as well, by the way. Alpine have caught AMG Team Williams. They've completed that chase, and they, on the softer tyre, I think we're about to see them make that move. 2.5 tenths back from them.
Was that big moment again for number 20? It was, again for Zach Campbell. So he went off in traffic on the last lap and very nearly spun it out of Eau Rouge. Ooh. If this was the battle you were looking for.
Here we go. So they've just hit some traffic. And this is our battle for 6th place. Which looks like it's going to change hands possibly this time around.
Yeah, 44 is the ARC Bratislava car. 7th place is Alpine. 6th is AMG Team Williams. Here is the Alpine car sparking as it bottoms out.
Zach Campbell, not a good lap last time round, was it? 1.5 seconds lost.
No, he had
time.
Well, he had 2 big moments in the last 2 laps.
AMG car being held up here through Lecom, just catching that Ferrari at the wrong time, and now it's going to hurt Alpine on the exit.
A little less so, maybe, because they were at sort of minimum speed that was very similar. So the net gain for Colin spoke of a couple of meters. And again, we talked about this when Lewis was still in. Alpine started the race with soft tyres and have stuck to their soft tyre guns, if that's not too many mixes of metaphors. And they keep sort of yo-yoing between 6th and 16th, depending on how the pit stops are going. So again, you know, we need a full strategy computer to tell us whether they are up or down, whether they will be needing to spend a lot more time in the pits or a little bit less than some of the rivals around them. I'd be surprised if it's a top 10 finish for them. Well, Zach Campbell had a moment in traffic at not at Piff-Paff, at the bottom of the circuit, and then, oh dear, didn't see that one.
Oh wow! Where did the Vector car just went?
Yeah,
disappeared. Here we go. Move for 6th.
Down the inside. Oh, that was relatively cut. Got play. There was a little bit of the apex. Campbell having big problem, and may not be the only incident. See the incident.
Co się stało, że się popsuł? Przecież działa. Oh, forgot to drive through.
than Lewis might, behind somebody battling for the lead. But these guys are are consummate professionals. So I'm not quite sure what was going on there with Porsche Coanda. So apologies for technical difficulties. We now have pictures back. Hopefully you have pictures as well. So just to recap, it is still Porsche Coanda 1-2, AMG Team Petronas in third place with the 63 car. Max Verstappen having survived a looping spin after contact with the 888 Ferrari is in fourth position, but the stewards will look at that. In the GTE class, BMW Team Redline, our pole sitters lead. ProDrive Fire. Now ProDrive had a pretty decent race in Monza. They are having... I'm now going to regret even starting that sentence, aren't I? Now having a really decent race here. They're in second place. Marla BMW in third. And the SFLS, best of the Ferraris, in fourth place.
ProDrive looking for back-to-back, so this would be a really good result. But for Marla in particular, this would be absolutely fantastic. The 13th and the 9th for them this season, running in P3. Really doing a fantastic job. I think it would be their best ever result if they can finish where they are. So really good performance for them so far, and it's been carried over from what was a great qualifying session for them as well. Went from 5th to 2nd in the first corner, so a great start to the race as well. They took advantage of a good qualifying. It's fair to say that. Well,
they definitely weren't hanging about at the start either. You know, no. fifth to 4th or 5th to 3rd even is not too bad, but 5th to 2nd is pretty impressive in a packed field. So and there were no jump start penalties, so all good. Battle for 5th place then, Oracle Red Bull, the Porsche, and the R8G Ferrari right behind, red, white and blue. Yeah. Mexico Racing Team making their way through.
Obviously Alpine are past AMG Team Williams. That move did get complete, and the gap between them is now 1.8 seconds, so we did see that move getting done.
And in 4th place, Max Verstappen, last lap 2 minutes 1.69, leader 2 minute 1.63. So not much ground being made up there, but
there is our leader in the pits.
Martin Kroenke stops. Okay, so that is lap 107. I'm writing that down. Okay, 23 lap. I'm actually reading it out as I write it down. Max stopped on lap 94. It's now 103. That's 13 laps difference, whereas a stint is 18 laps. Yes?
Yes.
Yes. Or should be. So I didn't make a note of when the 23 car stopped last time, but if it stops any further than lap 125, then it's making good fuel mileage. But we have to wait 20 laps to find out.
We'll find out soon.
Sim Marinello under pressure, putting the pressure on, no, under pressure rather, from P1.
Trust yourself, trust yourself.
Yeah, no, never trust myself. So through they go. Now that's the end of Martin Kroenke's double stint, so I imagine that we're going to see driver change back to Josh Rogers in the lead car, Frederick Schandorf in the P1 Esports car. And again, you know, arrived, passed and disappears pretty much immediately. That shows that the car has got a bit of pace over the Ferrari, hasn't it?
R8G trying to line up a move on Red Bull as well. That's the fight for 5th in GTE. This is the battle a little bit further back. Sim Marinello, P1 Esports. Sim Marinello, whose race sadly fell apart pretty quickly after they were swamped by a load of the prototypes. As into the pits comes the other Porsche.
Yep.
1 lap later. So that's the number 20 of Zach Campbell now in.
And again, I think that will be Zach Campbell out of the car, and they should then go back to... can't remember who started it, Mitchell de Jong. And then presumably, having done double, 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 they'll do single, 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 and leftovers whoever's in last, and that'll be
Yeah.
Zach Campbell in this case, and in the 23, whoever just got out of it, I forget. That will be, Martin Kronke will do whatever's left. So the new leader, 63 AMG Petronas.
Graham Carroll takes the lead.
They don't
No
show who
points for
protested, they
laps
only
led,
show when
no
they
points for
like
leading a lap.
decide.
We ought to throw all this stuff in just for good measure. But then
I've tried
everybody will be
messaging the
very
team that I
confused. But then
think was
everybody's very
affected,
confused
but
because, you know, we have
they haven't
5
answered
races
to me.
over 5 months, so it's not like you're keeping an hour-by-hour track of it.
No. Alpine in as well.
Yep.
So
And
they've come in for their next set of fresh, soft tyres.
and Van Wall and Fordzilla and Pasquale and Arnage were already in before. So Graham Carroll leads, Max Verstappen second, Nikodem Wisniewski in third, all of whom owe us a stop at some stage.
Let's see where Alpine come out this time. Is this going to be the stop where they come out roughly in the same place, I think? Or is this the one where they drop back? I can't remember now. There is RHG. We said they were in a fight with Oracle Red Bull Racing, and this is it.
There you go.
So Alex Smoliar closing down.
No, troszkę się działo. No wystartowaliśmy, jechałem sobie na P8, P9.
And sixth place.
Troszkę się natasowałem z Serhanem, z Redline'em, ja ich wyprzedziłem, potem oni mnie. No tam koło tego P8, P9 jechałem cały czas. Koanda sobie pojechała w siną dal, bo nadkładają pit stop i cisnął. A wszyscy inni liderzy bardzo zbici jechali. Tam ja byłem P8, P9 i 6 sekund za P3. No potem wszedł Michael, no troszkę mnie gorsze tempo, tak z 20-25 sekund stracił do tych ludzi przed nami. Niestety. No ale w międzyczasie RAG dostało drive-thru za unsafe release, przed chwilą numer 4 dostał za Gilbert, dostał też za unsafe release drive-thru na nas, jakby za no nam zrobili unsafe release. Wiadomo co chodzi. Co jeszcze? Numer 2 się rozwalił z GT-kiem Redline i też dostał drive-thru. Max zespinował Worusz, bo go GT puknął. Bo side by side tylko już próbował przejechać, więc stracił na tym z 15 sekund, no ale jedzie dalej, bez uszkodzeń większych. No, więc tak to wygląda. No jest kilka zespołów, co nadkłada pit stop. One już właśnie zjechały teraz, a my zjeżdżamy za 4 kółka, więc wszyscy jadą teraz. No jakby teraz wszyscy mają tą samą ilość pit stopów do wykonania, tak jak jedziemy. No tylko właśnie tam do Porsche Kalendarz za nami, Alpine i tak dalej, no wiadomo, że oni będą mieli lepsze tempo. Mogą nas dogonić.
We've just had the likes of, well, the Vector cars are in as well, but Alpine and Co come back out onto this circuit. Here we can see Alex Smoliar doing his best. Did do a purple first sector whilst in the toe of the Oracle Red Bull car, so setting some, both these guys setting some really good pace in fact. And that is why Smoliar is struggling to get this move done, because Siegel was keeping up a good pace as well. They find themselves fairly alone in this race currently. There's a look at the 23 of Josh Rogers. So back in the car is Josh Rogers. Here we see the 888 go back to these two. I think it maybe next time around down the Kemmel Straight we might see Smoliar give this one a go. He's certainly not close enough into La Source. He'll stay in behind, but he's taken a slightly wider approach there. Wants to leave a bit of a gap on the run down to Eau Rouge. Sometimes they even back off down here just to get the full effect of the toe up the corner. And there we can see.
Dobra, wchodzi serwer. ciekawe, nie wiedziałem, że jest taka kamera.
We do driver change, right?
Yeah.
I'm on
3
the
laps.
server. I'm on the server now.
Oh.
Target is 400.
Dobra, szwaja, postaram się. Boże.
I didn't want to lose time and I lost a lot for fuck's sake.
Dawaj na nowych gumach. Czyli przed nami, przed ostatnim pit stopem zmienili gumy i teraz gonią. Two laps after this one?
2 laps, yeah. I want to keep you in front of Damian.
Dwa stinty i Niko jeszcze wsiada. Nie mogę 3, bo bym czas przekroczył. Dopuszczalny.
Okay, we start last lap.
Yeah, fuel, tires, and driver change.
Okay. Please calculate how many 20 lap stints we'll have to do, right? It's 1 or 2.
Yeah, we'll have a look now.
Yeah, Verstappen only got a warning for that. I can't believe that, to be honest.
Oh, what the fuck.
Okay.
I think you will have to do the 3 stints, 20 laps.
So many? Are you sure?
No, because Kwanda need to pit one more time.
What does it matter?
It is mad.
I was pretty sure it would be 1, maximum 2. Are you sure it's 3? If it's 3, then I need to start saving now.
Oh.
Okay, I might as well start saving and then we do 19 laps later. Because we have to do 1 anyway, right?
Yeah, for one for sure. 1 stint, 20 laps for sure. I think 2 also, but yeah,
Yeah,
start with 1.
So start with 1 and we'll see. Okay, so you're gonna have probably on softs 444 behind you.
Yeah. Możesz przeliczyć tamy?
Tak. Tylko pójdę się wyścigać, umrę zaraz.
Dobra, to 21 teraz po prostu, tak?
Będziesz na dupie go miał.
Nie, ale może właśnie go przytrzymam troszkę. Temu. Okay. Żeby ruszyć.
Trakcję sobie zmienię.
Locking enabled.
Ale tam mam 5-6 chyba. I na safety car mode jesteś.
Now they learned.
Watch out on the pit exit.
I mean, the last stint was 40 minutes, 20 seconds, and there is 2 hours to go.
No. I don't want to save now if I don't have to, because if there's code 80 then we won't have to do 20 laps at all, and I'll just lose track position to the guys behind.
I don't think you should save now.
Okay, leader is now.
Maybe we will need 1.
Okay, so Kwanda 4 more stops, right? Yeah.
Fuck.
3.
Yes. They are back on mediums.
He passed you?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Don't worry. Would be great if I did 20 laps now and just held them up a bit, even if they get by me later. What you think?
Yeah, just do it. I mean, need to do it anyway. The fuck, Marzo is just behind me. Had crazy pace.
Yeah. What's the target for me?
Next lap.
That's like 3.75. I still don't think you should do 20 now.
I mean, he'll get by me anyway at some point, I think.
He's saving a lot as well, Marzo.
Target 376.
He shouldn't slow down like that.
Yeah, I'm gonna stop. Sorry, my fault.
It's okay. The 444 behind you crashed.
What?
Yeah. It's actually in turn 1 this lap.
Oh yeah.
so how the number 1 didn't get it done. And number 4 for that.
Well, in my opinion, it should be only once 20 tops.
Okay, so I'll do it now and we'll be good to go.
Because I'm looking for AMG 63 because they are leading.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna go now if you need something else, Michael.
You need to do the last things, remember?
Yeah, okay.
Current target is 376.
Pyk.
Discord for no reason. In case he catches you, you're fighting the Kwanda.
Yep. I mean, slim chance if they are so close behind. And they don't need to fuel the saber or anything, but yeah.
Yeah, but the pit stops are gonna be the same as us from now on. It's just that they can push on 17 lap stints and we are 19.
Current target is 378.
It just crashed again.
No, that was lapped car.
Ah.
I had my hopes up as well. Well, the fuel won't be the same because they need a lot less fuel for the last stop than us. Like, they've got full tank and I've got 30 liters now. So they are technically already ahead of us. Kwanda, I mean.
Yeah.
Wonder if RAG is saving as well, because pretty much matching them on pace now.
Alpine is so far back, I don't know what happened to them.
I had an extra stop. They were only like 15 seconds ahead of us before the stop. Can you tell me my fuel target after this lap?
Yeah, sure. .8.
Happy with my pace. 0.5. This consumption.
Yeah, pace is good. Are we doing triple?
Niko's getting in at the end for softs.
Okay.
I cannot do 3 now because that would be a driving time.
Yeah, I know. Just keeping an eye out on when the Petronas spins. See when he laps me. .8.
8 what?
8.5.
Okay. Oh, load the traffic, perfect. I feel like everyone around me is saving for 20 laps as well. We'll see.
Yeah, it would make sense to do it now. 3.9.
3.9? Good.
All good.
Yep.
Wondering how much Ganda will be in front of us.
Well, Rogers has lost time on us this stint, so I don't know.
Are they on softs or mediums?
I don't know. Probably mediums.
Well, they are on similar tire age, I think, but a lot more fuel now, so that's why he's slower, I think.
It's gonna be close with everyone.
Okay, are you doing 20 laps again or
No, no.
so 19?
Yep. Fuck my life, just go, dude.
It might be 20 laps one more time, I think.
No.
We'll know for sure for your stint, right?
Yeah.
So it's better to leave it for that, I would think. Would it be good if I did it for no reason? You know, again.
It's more likely you do 18 or well, people behind us pitted now, so they need to do one more lap.
But Marcel went long as well.
Yeah, it will be hard to catch Marcel.
Nice, good stint.
That's much better than my first two stints. Much more happy with the pace.
Were you doing lift and coast?
A tiny bit. I don't do it for 19 laps.
Yeah. Still find it weird, Josh Rogers lost time on us.
Yeah.
I mean, you can burn half a liter more than that.
That's good, maybe we have a chance, you never know.
I think so, yeah.
So yeah, you need one more of 20, theoretically, if there is nothing.
Okay. But I'm doing 19 now, right? And then Niko 20 at the end.
Yeah, let's do that. Target is 398.
Okay. those off tracks are funny on worn tires. You can do whatever you want.
Well, it will be 19 and 20 laps, I think.
Okay.
Depends if they need to change tires or not. If yes, then it will be 2 times 90.
But if they change tires, they're gonna be much faster. Shouldn't be much of a difference.
What average lap are you putting?
201. We might be in front of second car then.
I think so, yeah. I'm not sure when Alpine did it, but definitely before us.
Yeah, I think they need to do one more. Yeah, probably 2 times 90 laps, I think. It's just on the edge.
Are you fucking insane?
The same guy. So what now, softs at the end?
Yeah. Track to be slower.
Okay.
30 degrees and going down.
So it's 7 PM on server?
Yep.
very close with the guys in front.
Just shows that we have a superior strategy again. Place to be fighting with one.
The second calendar will be behind us, but the first one will be in front, I think.
The live timing just broke the stream.
They need to get tires now or not?
Coanda, they do, I think.
Okay, so if yes, and half tank, right?
Yeah.
No, or more, I think. They're gonna lose more than 1 minute in the pit lane for sure.
Roger's spinning now.
Oh yeah, so they need more.
By the way, I mean, it's one chance there's like a red flag or something.
Why?
Pretty sure everything went down on this to live timing in the stream. Nothing.
Really?
Please no.
Are they red flag, then what results?
I don't know.
What's my fuel target?
I think it was 4 on the previous lap.
Okay. And 420 laps. Maybe do 20 now?
Well, it would be easier on fresh softs, right?
Harder.
But you have more grip, you burn less time on front.
No, we're going slower on all tires, so you're burning less fuel.
Yeah, but have more gap, right?
It's just that I've accidentally saved, you know, a bit too much for 19, so... If you're sure it's gonna be 20, then I may as well.
I'm not sure.
Dude. People are fucking blind.
Yeah, keep focused because we can gain some positions at the end.
Well, you can do 20, I think, just because then Niko can push on 18 if something is.
But only if you're sure it's gonna be a 20 lap stint.
Yeah,
Like
because
if I need to do it.
I don't think so.
Okay.
I mean,
I'm just
it's
gonna
just
push
the
for
edge,
19
I
and
don't
we'll
know.
see. Okay.
For 19, it's 405.
I mean, if you can save, then I will do 18, full push, last thing.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
And if there will be 20, then I need to save a little bit, and still I can push a lot.
But then we'll do more laps on old mediums and then less laps on fresh softs.
I know.
So I don't think there's any point. I can just push now because I can use a lot of fuel.
Okay. Looks like I have 3% per lap softs.
What's my target now?
Yeah, I think you should be able to do 19 and 19 only.
Okay.
It's on the edge, right?
Sorry?
Asking our engineer.
What's the question, sorry? Can you repeat?
That is on the edge, right?
Yeah, it's very in the limit. Yeah.
How many laps?
9. Trying to sever like 6-5 laps to go because I cannot stay in the car. And 0, nice.
What's the gap to number 20?
That's De Jong?
Yeah.
No, he's not in the car anymore.
I think they will refuel.
Should be 10 years guards, 35 seconds.
35? Okay. I think that we will lose about 16, 17 seconds on the pit.
Yeah, so 1 minute 5 seconds, something like that.
Yeah, I think they have to refuel basically half the time.
Yeah. So I think the first guy will be in front of us and the second guy will be behind us.
Maybe, yeah. We'll be closer to the other guy than 20.
How many laps?
7.5.
Join. joining.
Have about 12 penalty points to use.
Can I go straight somewhere?
Insta drive-thru.
Something happened to the second calendar?
I don't know.
Not close. That I lost a lot, I think.
Yeah, I lost a few seconds.
No, because they are almost 40 seconds behind us.
We're talking so much.
I'm sorry.
Za 8 minut kończę, kochanie. The worst traffic.
I just think it's gonna be 20-21 laps, even the last 16. There's no whether the calculations are on your side, but get that.
21?
Yeah.
How many laps you have now, Kuba?
3.
So no, for sure not 21. So this one and 2 more.
Yes.
Okay. So no, not 21. How?
Can you ride with me?
Not yet. Bono gonna have less than 39 minutes for the last stint.
Yeah, so it's on 19 or 20, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it might be 20 actually.
And you okay?
I don't see.
Yep.
Guys, I think I know why I was wrong. You're right.
What was the mistake?
I was looking at the time that you have on your remaining on your screen. It says 52 minutes now, but that's wrong.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, if Bono will take tires, then it should be 19 laps.
How much fuel did I have at the beginning of the lap?
4.35, I think.
Reckless speed. I'm not remembering this.
Yeah.
So first softs full tank.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, so I need the info ASAP. What I should do, 19 or 20?
Yeah.
Probably 19, but you need to see when Bono will exit the pit lane. How many minutes in the end? November 6th.
Unsafe release, maybe.
just wait for this.
Yeah. I'm having some stupid screen freezes, like very tiny ones. Very annoying. Good job I don't have to drive anymore.
Okay, one of the red line is changing tires. Yeah, by the way, the only way to know this, Bono, is from the stream. The timing doesn't work, so...
I can just quickly look at it on the server. Or I leave, I guess, right?
Yep.
Okay, so 19 laps, in my opinion.
I'll see exactly when he crosses the line to start the next lap. Then I leave.
Okay.
Okay. Remember to check your TC. I didn't change brake bias.
Okay.
And you're in safety car mix one.
Okay, on the zoom.
Remember to shift up.
Log building finished.
Yeah, this is 19.
Sure.
Not sure, but just 1 sec.
I mean, Bono is on fresh tires, right? So he will be fast.
Yeah.
When the time is up, do you need to cross and it's done, or is it crossing the line plus one?
No.
It's
Just crossing the line.
Yeah, just crossing the line.
And then it's 19, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, unless he does 2000 every lap, then it's...
Yeah.
Not possible.
But it's close, yeah.
Yeah, that's why. Okay, so I'm pushing.
But even if he does 2.5's average pace, he could do the extra lap.
No, he needs 0.3s, I think, for 20 laps.
He crossed the line with 36 minutes and...
5 seconds.
5 seconds? Okay.
I have Erhan in front, but he doesn't need to save.
Well, they pitted on the same lap, I think, right?
Really? No.
Maybe not.
is not Marcel anymore. It is the Macedonian himself. It is Erhan Yayovski behind the wheel of the R8G.
77 Dane Warren, small co-crown moment there, but he survived that. Nickel Gade is not too far in front of him. It is still Kevin Siggy who leads the class in the BMW. So red line potentially with a GTE victory in sight, because we don't anticipate a whole host of fuelage tomfoolery in GTE, do we?
No, not really.
No, that's not on the script I've been reading.
Gonna go for an interview.
I mean, as I said, there's a few cars that are off strategy to a drastic degree. One of them is the 77, but they have fixed it now. They're on strategy now. They should be good to the end from this point. But they obviously have led a lot of laps today. But everyone, I believe, in GTE has already made their final pit stops. We are talking about Siggy leading, Mikhail Gade, like I say, who's holding on to second position for the Pro Drive. Fire! Wow. That's Marla being sent off the road. No contact with her in ARC Bratislava, but still, it was a very scary moment.
Yeah, it just looked like it was going to happen, and it obviously clearly looked like it was going to happen aboard the Marla car as well. So there is the 77 Porsche that lies in third. The deal here is that the cars, the GTE cars, were all comfortably doing an hour, easily doing an hour on fuel, and so that means that covering 6 hours is, even by my arithmetic, relatively straightforward. You just make a shorter final stop because
Yep.
Yeah, 5 hours and 5 minutes, or 5 hours and 10 minutes in, and so that's easy peasy. The real questions are what goes on. So what's the lead? Josh Rogers leads by 30 seconds from Tommy Osgaard. Well, 25 and a half now. James Baldwin 67 seconds back in third in the 63. Jeffrey Rietveld 80 seconds back. So
this is provided that this live timing isn't trying to dupe us, which I have had before with live time, where that's all like the gap's 60 seconds, it's like the gap's actually 45.
Well, sometimes you can only go on what you're being told. Exactly,
and this is one of those scenarios. So anyone who's sat at home being like, is that really the gap? And then when we get shocked later on, just putting that caveat out there that we are reading the numbers on our screen.
Oh, now our more Alcamel live timing appears to be back to live. So,
is it?
Yeah, so it's still saying Erhan Yayovski in third is 1 minute 10, 70 seconds back. And
yeah, but this is the thing, that Erhan Yayovski's not in third.
I'm saying he is.
Not on the Alcamel timing, it is. On the live time from in-game, it's not. It's James Baldwin who's in third.
Okay.
And that's what it should be. So again, still technical difficulties here within the commentary booth, but it is Josh Rogers, Tommy Osgaard first and second, that is for sure. James Baldwin is third, Jeff Rietveld, Colin Spork, Erhan Yayovski is down in sixth, with Wisniewski, Hoyer, Ottaviani and Schlegel rounding out the top 10. So as much as I would love to go off that lovely live timing, it ain't right, Chief.
What it is telling us, though, is that Porsche Coanda duo, who are first and second on the road, have only made 7 stops, and everyone has made 8 behind them, which would seem to be right. Would that seem to be right? Yes. No. They should have made more, shouldn't they?
Yeah.
However, Josh Rogers clearly understands just how much I mean, you know, coming into this race.
Yeah, much more happy with my driving.
Anyway, but he's just
this time round,
a personal best
great pace, considering I had to save quite a bit of fuel, so happy with that.
Yeah.
Now Niko's in the car on fresh soft, so he should be very fast as well. Let's see what we can do. It's really close on strategy, different mixes of strategies all coming together in the last half an hour, so yeah, it will be interesting to watch.
In the category after issues fairly recently from Jan von der Heide and the Brabham Esports team. It's not actually for the wooden spin, actually a class in mine. I was getting ahead of myself. I thought it was.
It's cut out, but I assume you said second position?
Penultimate place.
Yeah, that's not quite right. There's like people missing laps and stuff. So there's some issues with live timing. So yeah, making everyone's job a bit more difficult. I think we are around probably P7 on track right now. But there's people that are yet to stop. So both Kalendarz are yet to stop. There's a few more teams that are yet to stop. We think the lead Kalendarz is going to be ahead of us. So they were fast enough to make up a stop. But I think other teams should be behind us or really close to us. So yeah, I think we're in a fight for like P4, P5, depending on how much fuel other teams have to say.
Okay. Inside the final 30 minutes, still trying to get, and I'm sure that 75% of the audience are shouting at the screen going, "You idiot, is this?" Still trying to get my head around.
Well, yeah, I mean, yes and no. Obviously, I think we were like in the lead pack today. It's just that my opening stint, I'm not that happy with. Like, I stayed close to the leaders, but that was mostly thanks to traffic. And then Michael lost a bit of time as well to the leaders. So we were kind of like in the lead pack, but like always lucky in that last little bit. But then second half of the race, for some reason, the car feels quite a bit better. Obviously we didn't change anything on the car, it just, I don't know, maybe I'm just more in the groove, so we were able to make up some time, and other teams had penalties which helped us as well. So I'd love to get a podium. Unfortunately it looks like that's gonna be out of reach, which is a shame, but you never know. Still people will be tight on fuel, and it's actually really close whether it's going to be one extra lap or not. Looking at the leader, he crossed the line like just on the point, depending just how fast he goes now. If he pushes fully, then we might get the extra lap, and some teams might struggle, so let's see. But yeah, I'd love to get the podium. It's not out of the question just yet, but probably unlikely.
Was that a red line, or was...
Yeah, was that the GR? It was number two. It was the, wow, it was Mikkel Schmiedel coming through. That is a dangerous rejoin.
The real problem actually is there are an awful lot of dangerous rejoins. I mean, I know Max had to rejoin somewhere from where he was off track at the top of Radion, but just to come.
Yeah, I think all the mistakes have come already. Like right now, people are kind of people know what they're fighting for, so you don't tend to see too many mistakes in the last hour of the race because everyone's like, okay, I'm not fighting this guy. Go ahead, you're on a different strategy, no point fighting you. Whereas like halfway through the race, people are fighting with everybody, pushing the traffic because they are still hoping they can make up the lost time. So I think right now it is what it is. Like we've seen plenty of mistakes with unsafe releases, and Max having a crash in a Rouge, the other red lane car having a crash with a GT car as well. Thankfully we avoided those. I mean, had like maybe a few tiny close calls with GT cars, but nothing major. Just, you know, if that's your biggest issue in an endurance race, then I think you had a really calm and relaxed race, which is always good. Yeah.
He is still closing on them, and he will push as hard as he can. Is he going to get to, what's next, 12 seconds up the race, 444, 12 seconds up the road, and then another 10 in front, you know, AMG Williams, not sure he's going to get to them. Whoa, okay, so one is in. And
yeah, unfortunately it looks like number one is gonna finish ahead of us again, which isn't great. They're gonna build some gap on top of the standings, so realistically we probably need to, well, for sure beat them in the last two races. But Sebring is the next race, which we won last year, and Niko is always absolutely insane on this track. It's his best track by far, so fingers crossed he can deliver some special performance. It's always good to have a guy like that, because I and other teammates can learn from him as well, so like it elevates the entire team. So hopes are high for Sebring, and then Le Mans, obviously, you know, we feel confident for Le Mans. It's all about staying out of trouble, being consistent, not like, you know, it's all good getting out to half a minute lead in the first 2 or 3 hours, but we saw here in this race, right, it's not about, even in the 6-hour race, it's not about like just sprint racing, it's about staying out of trouble. So Le Mans always confident for us, you know, confidence builder for us, and Sebring as well. So yeah, hopefully we can fight, but obviously realistically, like we wouldn't want to have this big of a gap as we do right now in the standings, or as it's looking we're gonna have, but yeah, it is what it is. I think we're still in the championship fight at least.
Yeah, that's possible, because yeah, they were doing
I don't think he's been for 3 hours though.
Yeah, no, 3 hours in a stretch is the or in total is the maximum.
In the total of the race, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because they all doubled at the start, which gave them sort of an hour and 80 minutes or whatever it was, hour and 20. So yeah.
Yeah, fingers crossed.
Well,
Thank
the
you guys.
23 has come out behind, not only because it was a longer stop than we were expecting. Again, we were like maybe they only have to splash or whatever, but it ended up being like a 28-second stop. So it was not a full stop, but
it's still an enormous margin when you've only got 25 minutes left. Look where the 63 car is. This is going the way of AMG Petronas, isn't it?
Unless. Because again, if they have to really save that extra bit of fuel massively, we have seen them go 20 laps before. That's why I don't think they have to slow down as much as some people would have calculated. The 20 stays out for one more
lap,
just for another one, maybe another couple, just to, again using whatever they can to get as far as they can into this race.
Now they were the last time that we've written down when they stopped a lap after the 23,
So
which is what they've been doing. So they have squeezed one out somehow.
Yeah, just try to, again, get it as far as you can. See the wibbly-wobbly waving man there on the left-hand side in the pit lane. Obviously one of those inflatable things. Really
he's doing a lot of heavy lifting there, isn't he, the wibbly-wobbly man?
I mean, he has done for 5.5 hours. Still going strong. That is an endurance racing master, if ever I've seen one. As well, see this Jene Simicic on the back of Robert Puon. This is the battle for 11th position. Jene Simicic trying to get one.
Yep. And looked like he was close enough to have a think about it, but that was not the case. As they got up to Les Combes. View that you don't normally get in racing because we don't normally have drones hovering above the track. It's one of the things that you're allowed to do with sim racing that the real world doesn't allow.
There's a few of those, especially when it comes to track limits and whatever that sim races just kind of get away with by just blast. No, like particularly, I mean, I know that's in real Spa, obviously, Top of Radion normally is abused quite aggressively, but in sim racing it's a whole different topic. I mean, I remember your reaction the first time we did Le Mans Virtual on the Ford chicanes.
Well, and you know, again, that's you know, some of the things that the real world drivers are talking about is that you just can't attack curbs like that, and the sim racers were going, you absolutely have to, otherwise you may as well not bother getting in the car. Oh, okay.
Yep,
yeah, it is a bit of a
again, a friend of mine when he was teaching me bits and bobs about sim racing and whatnot back in the day, Oscar Harbuck was once telling me there was some track limits and stuff which I didn't agree with, and I was like, no, I can't do that through a chicane. I can't abuse like that because it's just not within the rules. And he, quite rightly in a sense, he was like, do you want to win? I mean, like, put your pride to one side, mate, and go for that. Like, just do it. Everyone else is. You'll be in the middle of nowhere if just because you're trying to, you know, like, wear it on your shoulder. Staying out for another one.
So that is 3 laps longer now than 23.
And they'll be probably kicking themselves, being like, why didn't we do this earlier?
Whoa, 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 wow. What have they done, though? And what's he doing?
This will be going up to, like, lap 20. Unless the 23 pitted a lot earlier than maybe just to try and get ahead of it. You know what I mean? Like, rather than actually going to the end of their stint and doing the full, what for them was the 17. Maybe they pitted a little earlier. Again, we don't have that data because we have the lap count that we're actually on right now. But that is also a potential thing. So it looks like the 20 is going much longer than the 23, even though in fact it's actually just doing its normal stint, and it's just because the 23's tried to react a bit early
to give themselves more time to attack.
Yeah.
Exactly. Okay. Well, so the problem is though, that Mac Backham in the 23 car is currently in 4th place, 65 seconds off the lead. James Baldwin in 2nd, 42 seconds off the lead. So there's a 20-second gap and 20 minutes in which to close it, give or take. That's a lot. You have to be a lot quicker to get there, and then you have to be a lot quicker again to get by. And I'm not sure that they're a lot quicker.
No, certainly not that degree. Like you said, you're talking, as we were saying, like with Alpine earlier on, where they have to go a second lap faster. It's even worse. They have to go 2 seconds a lap faster than those ahead to catch up to the race lead. I mean, they're 25 seconds back. We've got 20 minutes left to go in this race. It's roughly 2 minutes a lap. There's even more than 2 seconds a lap. They need an absolute miracle. They need this fuel saving from the 63 and the 1 to fundamentally not work. The 20 finally comes into the pit lane and will relinquish the race lead over to the 63 and the 1. But where are they going to come out? I think they might actually come out. I think they'll come out just behind the 23, but not behind Actually, they would come out behind the 36.
Yes, there's 10 seconds. There's a 10-second hole into which they could fall between the 23 and the Alpine, but 48, 47 seconds. Yeah. He wasn't far enough ahead of 23 Macback, and was he? More pit callers behind as well. So there are other LMPs who are heading into the pit lane.
Yeah,
AMG Petronas, 20 minutes. See, it might even be the one lap, you know, at the end after the time has elapsed.
Yep.
That could be enough to make the difference. It possibly isn't.
Absolutely. You're absolutely right. It could be the... like I say, it's always kind of one of those things when you're doing the time. Right now, I promise you, the AMG team Petronas Esports, they know exactly how many laps are left in this race, and they will know that if it's for them 5 seconds, like they would cross the line and do another lap by 5 seconds, and they would do that extra lap. I promise you, they will slow down that 5 seconds. I know there's only 12 back to red line, but they will 100% slow that 5. Even if it was 10, because there's a 12-second gap, they would rather win the race by 2 seconds rather than not winning it.
Yep, absolutely right. Absolutely,
and that's how close they calculate it.
Yeah.
And but like I said, that's the same thing in motorsport, of course. But it is honestly the same in sim racing. Even matey boys coming along to do a little bit of a banter race or whatever, have a little bit of fun on the sim and do an endurance race. I promise you, they are running the strategy to the same level, the same, like almost not quite the same level of professionalism, but the same detail when it comes to running the strategy backwards and calculating how many more laps to do. It's not a I hope we don't have to do that extra lap, because it's a very easy calculation. How much time is left? Divided by how fast your lap times are. Done. That's how many laps are left.
Lots and lots of pit callers on that last lap. Alpine were in. We saw both the Porsches in. Team Fordzilla were in as well. Arnage were in. Who else has been? GR Vector. Pescarolo we saw. Yeah, the Rocket. I mean, 8 or 10 cars.
To be fair, the longer we've gone on, the more it's been quite obvious that really not that many people have been ready for essentially the 20-lap stints, which have been a requirement if you want to finish well. Like I say, AMG Petronas Esports have done it, Redline's done it, R8G, I believe, might have done it. But, like I said, Porsche Coanda, to be fair, the likes of pretty much everyone else, they've not been able to.
And then on the other potential option for strategizing, which was different tyre route, Alpine Esports, and there we're going to use softs all the way. That hasn't worked, has it? That's not a top 10 position strategy.
No. They said, I've been told that traffic's obviously been an issue, and I'm like, I get that, because obviously you need to, when you're on the soft tyres, you need basically clean air ahead to get after it. But you also have to understand that strategically you're never going to get clean air.
No, exactly right.
And so you always have to prepare for the not clean air option, because you're unlikely to get it for more than... there are times on, having raced Le Mans a few times myself, is that there are times where you'll see, because you've got like a little track map, so you can see where all the cars are, right? And you will see a massive space, and you will know that I'm about to get 3 perfectly clear laps, and you know that only happens genuinely over the 24-hour race. That only happens about 3 or 4 times. Let's see what happened to Fordzilla, I believe. So this is obviously them coming through in the internet behind. Whoa, that was behind one of the red line cars. They've skipped over the chicane. An easy mistake to make from Alessandro Ottaviani.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's scary.
And not going the long way round on the left-hand side on the tarmac, but trying to cut across the grass.
Such a sim racer to the very end.
Yeah, that's probably not a great look.
No.
AMG Petronas heading into the final quarter of an hour of this race from Team Redline, Porsche in 3rd, and the 20 car coming out in that gap between R8G and AMG Williams. So, 2 cars in the top 5, but from what looked at the midway as if it could be a relatively comfortable 1-2, their thirst has let them down. Chris McCarthy. Hey. Yeah. So AMG Team Petronas Esports, it's not much of a margin. The gap is coming down. They are pacing this to the end, aren't they? either because they need to fuel save and there's a bit of lift and coasting going on, but it's gone in 2 laps from 12 point something to 9 point something.
Which I don't think is, like, again, this is the whole thing, all of the calculations that are done, they will look at this and be like, right, okay, how many laps are left?
Yep.
What is the gap? So how much slower can I go to kind of work that? And again, it's the whole thing. If you all look at it and be like, right, I can go actually a second a lap slower and still make this and still hang on to the race lead. So why wouldn't you just take that extra little bit of risk? Just obviously, you're, you know, again, when big bad traffic happens, you go and get thrown under the bus a bit on that. But for the most part, you just got to roll with it.
But then you see everybody else is going to get thrown under the bus as well. Maybe it's not going to always even itself out over 15 minutes, but it has done for the rest of the race. And the whole point of motor racing is to win at the lowest speed possible. Not the Gilles Villeneuve approach, which was to be as fast as humanly possible on every single lap of every single session all the way through. That's just the way he worked, but the overall ethos is to try and win at the minimum speed possible, do as little as you can. And so, having had that 12-second margin, if it's frittered down to 1200s at the line, you don't get extra points, you don't get extra money for winning by a country mile. You're either first or you're not. And right now, Baldwin is just having nice lift and coast moments. He's saving fuel, he's not overstressing himself or the car. He's making sure they don't have that embarrassing cough and splutter at the end of the race.
I mean, he didn't. You kind of heard it there. Obviously, we could see on the graphic as to how much he lifted into the final. There wasn't much lift and coast going into the first corner at La Source, which tells me actually that they're not as tight on fuel as. Because if you were super tight, you'd be lifting and coasting into every single corner. Now, thankfully, through Spa, like as we see on Alpine here, obviously they're definitely not lifting and coasting, but as you come through this section, coming through, you know, Varge, Bruxelles, whatever you want to call it, down towards X-Curve, you can actually save an enormous amount of fuel there. You can save quite a bit going through Pont by lifting off early, just carrying the speed in, because it's a little bit of a tap of the brakes. Maybe it's just a slight lift, but you can. There are so many opportunities around Spa where you can actually save an awful lot of fuel and not lose time.
Well, those will be all the downhill bits. You know, you've got to use the throttle on the uphill bits, but for every uphill bit, there is a downhill bit because it evens it itself out.
With the uphill bits, again, by lifting and coasting, you can lift quite early. The braking
it replaces
can be done,
the brake. Yeah, exactly.
It's kind of like there are other options like this where it's like, by you being wise and understanding the track and understanding how it all works, you can save an enormous amount of fuel without losing that time. That's what you have to be good at in this.
When you're chasing, you have to be 100% throttle, 100% brake. When you're leading, you can roll off one and on to the other. Just, you know, in that period of time that it takes it to say, and that will save you a phenomenal amount of fuel over the stint. And still, James Baldwin remains more than 10 seconds, nearly 12 seconds ahead of Jeffrey Rievelt in second place. In our GTE class, well, it is a very comfortable red line lead at the moment, and not quite so comfortable for position right back. So this is In Speed and the 88 Proton car. This is on board with our race leader.
Yeah, it's a bit sketchy here on the exit, coming out of campus, I think.
Yeah. You see, you don't need too many of those in the last 10 seconds, or 10 minutes rather, of the race. You can imagine James Baldwin's language was possibly just a little agricultural and Anglo-Saxon there. Don't you all, you little fighter.
It was oopsie daisy, replaced with some slightly more profanity. This is obviously Proton Coanda versus In Speed. This is quite literally the wooden spoon in the GTE category, which I'm sure Proton Coanda would not be particularly pleased with. It is their 88, which is the of the two cars they've got in this category now. It's the B team per se. They're actually very good, but they've had a torrid time of things at Spa.
Well, you can see in their context, you know, they're they're trying to hold off the In Speed car. Their sister car is currently lying in third place.
Yeah, and has been looking very good all day. Has led an awful lot of laps. They obviously most likely will not be the final. And you can see here the strategy difference is a bit more open in GTE. Most of the top lot running on the softs. The SFLS, quite a lot of the Ferraris are running on the mediums. All of the Ferraris are running on the mediums.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? And so clearly they are a little bit lighter on their tyre, and you know, and that may well be why they didn't qualify so well when it was wet, is that they don't really use the tyre quite as hard as some of the other cars. You know, and in a long hot race, and you think about World Endurance in Bahrain next week, super abrasive circuit, lots of heat, that's going to help. Here, in the wet, cold temperatures, you really need to bring your tyre in hard and fast to get one lap out in qualifying, and if you don't, then you're always going to be just a little bit off the front-running pace.
Well, speaking of abrasive surfaces, in a month's time we'll be heading to pretty much the home of abrasive surfaces. Of course, it'll be Sebring.
But it's not a tyre killer. It kills everything else.
Yeah, it's true.
It really kills everything else, but it's not, you know, it's not a high tyre degradation track, except for, you know, the heat plays a part in it. But yeah, it just
toasty.
Beats everything to pieces.
I think we need to turn off all air conditioning within the studio and just allow all of the PCs and whatnot upstairs to really warm us up. So we're getting that Sebring, that Florida vibe.
I 100% agree.
You do, because you're not here.
No, exactly right. I should be somewhere very cold instead.
Yes, it's true. No, Ben Constantinos returning to the commentary booth for the penultimate round of the Le Mans Virtual Series Season 2.
Well, you know, but you've got to get your pros in and get them up to speed before Le Mans, haven't you?
Is that what Ben is? Is
there
he the
you
pro?
go.
Is he the pro of the commentary booth?
Well, you know.
I completely disagree. Hope he's not listening.
He is listening.
He probably is, actually. He has been paying attention whilst he hasn't done the last couple of rounds. He knows what's going on. I was very impressed when we did. It's not like not trying to be disrespectful, but when we did Le Mans Virtual, the second one, obviously he hadn't done any of the Le Mans Virtual Series, so I got in, and he knew pretty much everything that had gone on. I was like, oh, he does do his research, fair enough. All right.
And he's married with a child, so he has actually got a life as well.
Was this pre-baby though? I think it was.
Yes.
I think Le Mans Virtual was just about.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, it was, because it was the week. I think it was the week after. Might well have been. I can't remember. Either way, yeah, it happened. That is what it is. Either way, looking at the battle between Panis and Alpine at the moment, 10th position, final spot inside the top 10. Realistically, in this, Colin Spork should be the faster of the two by a comfortable margin, being on those soft tyres. But I mean, for Alpine, I'm going to say it on broadcast. I've already said it a little bit behind the scenes. I know this hasn't worked for them, but I do respect they've tried something different. They're actually on the medium tyre, so I'll counteract that one. But they've tried something different here. They've thrown something out to try and go for something. And yeah, sure, it's not come out on top, but they've given it a go.
Yeah, and they pretty much have used the soft all the way through. Panis with a big lunge coming from Colin Spork. Is he going to hang on? No, Alpine go through. So
that might be one that race control will be like, give it back. They might.
Yeah, I don't know. It was all a bit sort of scrabbly. Final 10 minutes. I would say probably I'd let that one go. But again, that's not my choice.
If I was Colin Spork and this was the only position that I could battle in the race, I would reverse it. I would let them go to ignore that race, because it'll still sit in the back of your mind that maybe race control might actually go, no, do you know what? It was a penalty, so you know, remove it anyway. Whereas the way I'd see it is like, look, if I just let them go and then try again,
you might get it clean.
I might get it clean, and then it's kind of like, oh, I do actually have it now. Right, that's kind of the logic that I would go. If this is the only position that you can fight for.
Except there's only 6 minutes to go, and you may not get it back, so that's only
true.
2 laps.
That is true. So,
or maybe 3 laps. So, yeah, I think he thinks it was clean enough. I don't think he's making any effort to give it back. And
no, he definitely isn't.
I'm not sure it needs it. So 6 minutes. 6 minutes to go. AMG Petronas lead from Team Redline. How close are Porsche? Nowhere. 29 seconds back is Matt Backham in third. So whatever. Whatever they hoped was going to happen or thought was going to happen has been, their entire strategy has been completely undone by the fact that, Colin Spork, that's what you call rotating at La Source. Yeah, Co-Andrew been completely undone by the fact that their front-running rivals around them could run just as fast, but for longer. It didn't save them a pit stop. What it did save them was time in the pits. So they made the same number of stops, but the last one was the killer for Porsche Coanda and dropped them behind their rivals.
Yeah, and again, as I said with Alpine, same as with Coanda, they've kind of risked something. Action man on screen, it is Jack Keithley, lovely curtains. He's just set the fastest lap, which, to be honest, doesn't shock me. Jack Keithley's incredibly fast. Obviously, they had the technical issues and gremlins with Peter Beliak earlier on in the race, where we ended up in the barrier up out of Eau Rouge into Raidillon. That was definitely a technical fault. It wasn't anything to do with them driving. I think it was a game crash from memory, but just literally firing all cylinders, trying to get the fastest lap. Just literally for the bands. There's no point for it. It's just for fun.
1:58.90.
Incredibly
now,
fast.
The previous best lap was a 59.5 something that I can remember. So, I mean, that's absolutely huge effort. And again, you know, when your race has been completely kiboshed by something out of your control, at least it's a little bit of, look, don't forget about us, we're still here. And in the end, you know, you can still go to Le Mans and be a real threat. Satellite setting the fastest lap in GTE on the last lap as well, 2 minutes 13.3. Now, again, a race that for a long while looked like it was going to promise a podium for that Aston Martin. They're down in 14th in GTE. And that's really a long way from where it looked like the first half of the race was going to leave them. So, again, there's a little something there going, look, we've still got the pace.
Yeah.
You know, let's go to Sebring and just knock it out the park.
Focus on the positives.
Yep.
Yeah, there are always a lot of negatives in sim racing motorsport. It's a roller coaster, if ever there was one. And there are times like this where you need to. It's the same with a lot of sports. There's a whole thing of, like, you know, mentality is such a large part of it, and there are times where you have to look at it. And I was always told to, particularly with racing and whatnot, is to take 3 positives from every race, and that's it. Like, take 3 positives, accept the negatives, try and learn from them. Take 3 positives, 3 things you thought you did well, even if it was like, oh, that move was pretty good, or to be fair, lap 3 of that stint was absolutely on it, or I navigated traffic really well in that scenario. Take those 3, bank them, ignore the rest of it, and just go on to the next round.
I really like that. I like the idea of just three individual moments, and, you know, actually, however good your race is, you always remember the bits that you messed up.
Yeah.
I guarantee the winners will sit down and the first thing they'll think of is not, yeah, that was brilliant. It was,
what did we do wrong?
Oh, okay, I really made this mistake there. What did we do wrong in qualifying? We did this wrong, we did that one. Everything is about self-analysis, about trying to improve that performance. But I like that. Take 3 things away.
I think, like, the self-analysing is an important thing, but I think you need to do that early, and then get it out of your system, and then take the positive. Because if you analyse too much, you bring yourself down too much. You then only focus on the negatives. Battle for the podium, as we see. Mac Backham, who's been struggling for speed the last couple of laps. Erhan Yovsky might remove any Porsche Coanda from the podium. And as we head on to what will be the final lap of this race, I'm not sure where Baldwin is, but he's going to be pretty close to it. Should be all right. But I think we're going to be heading on to the final one.
I think these guys will have to do another lap.
This is what I mean. This is the penultimate lap.
Yeah.
So we'll be heading on to the final. That is absolutely right, because Baldwin is just crossing the line now.
And there is 1 minute and 50 to go. Well, they've mistimed that badly, because they're going to finish 30 seconds inside. They could have slowed down more.
Closer.
That's exactly right.
Here comes the Yovsky.
Yeah, this could be tough. He's going the long way around the outside. It's going to work as well. And the Porsche spins into the R8G car, comes back out in front.
Yeah, I'm not. Again, it was the Porsche Coanda that lost control there into the R8G. I'm pretty sure Yovsky might feel a little bit irritated by that, but he's still got an opportunity straight away.
Okay, I mean, and that's how on the edge, how extremely on the limit these cars are as these drivers get to the end of the fuel, the end of the race, the end of the time. There is Redline leading in the GTE class. So Kevin Siggy, our poleman, with 1 more to go. Okay, here we go. Battle for third. This is where the action is going to be in the final lap, isn't it? It is the battle for third. Mac Backham and Erhan Yojovski. What can Yojovski do here?
It seems like Porsche Commander, I noticed it in qualifying, it's quick on the straight, so it's about what RAG can do in this section. Wow!
He's all over the Porsche. He's got much more of something, either get up and go or grip or both.
He's super fast right now. Also, this is again Mac Backham, not an R-Factor 2 specialist, against one of the very best, a two-time GT Pro champion, all over the rear end. You can see up there, instant between 23 and 8 has been noted, which is fair enough. That was down into the bus stop. But here comes the race leader, James Baldwin, up towards the final chicane.
Yeah, James Baldwin is going to take the checkered flag with Bonner House. And Graham Carroll, he will win this for AMG Team Petronas Esports. They have managed to combine speed and frugal fuel mileage to take a convincing victory. The #1 Team Redline car will be in second place in about another 3 or 4 seconds. And Redline missing out on a double win, but they lead in GT. And then for third place, this is the final roll of the dice for Erhan Yojovski. He's going to take it, isn't he? It's going to be a drag race to the line. He's going to win this. He's going to make sure that the Porsche does not get back beside him. And he just wrestles his way past Mac Backham. And that's drama on the final lap.
That Panis?
Is that Panis? I think it is. I think you're right.
I think it is the Panis car. Florian Lebiga behind the wheel at the moment, down 12th spot. Still finishing 12th, by the way. I've got to say, that was a feisty bit of racing between the two of them, but it was great stuff. Here comes Siggy.
Yeah, it's been a very, very impressive performance from start to finish by BMW Team Redline. Is he going to allow himself a little smirk?
No.
No, just another lap. Yeah, there you go.
Finally.
So, delayed reaction there. So thumbs up from Kevin Siggy. Well done. Congratulations to BMW Team Redline. They claim GT victory. It was Panis that was off on the final lap. Kevin Siggy, the winner. And it looks like ProDrive will take second place. ProDrive Fire Esports. And the 77 Proton Coanda Porsche will be in third place.
Which is fair, great drive from them. Maybe not the drive they wanted, but still was a very, very solid attempt from them. But when it comes to the race winners, kind of counter to how between each of them, the GTE BMW Team Redline, totally dominant all day, even though the Proton Commander did lead a lot. This car here did lead a lot of laps, but that BMW Team Redline was always the one on top. In the LMP category, it was a bit more sort of like a last-minute switch. We never really knew which way it was going, and then suddenly I was like, oh, by the way, it's a 63. And you're like, oh, hang on a sec, wait, what? Really?
Well, they were never far out of range, were they? And Team Redline as well, the #1 car, was always sort of in there as a real threat. And both of them had chances to lead when the pit stop started to become more and more out of sync with the Porsche duo. But I think Coanda Porsche really are now going to be sitting down and going, okay, how did we not find those 2 laps per stint that the other guys were getting? It's not like they're in a Porsche and the other guys are in a Ferrari or an Aston Martin or whatever else. They're in the same damn car with the same fuel tank and the same engine and the same maps and the same tyres and the same everything. How could they have done it? And that's going to be the question that they have to answer, not just before Sebring. It'll be less of a factor there. But if they go to Le Mans 2 laps shy per stint, then don't go to Le Mans.
Yeah.
Just don't bother.
It's going to be a big
It ain't going to happen for you.
They need to, this is the thing, is that they need to learn from it each time. We've got to remember that, Redline and Burstnwell, they're all very experienced in this category. Porsche are learning. So that's just how it goes.
So it's been a busy race and a few little technical dramas for a few of the teams and for ourselves as well. But as ever, Spa-Francorchamps developed into a fascinating contest. And as so often here, it's a combination of speed, guts, determination, and somehow fuel economy as well. LMP all made it safely.